Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Brand Innovators Livecast series. My name is Ariel. I lead program and content and community here at Brand Innovators. Welcome to day 4 of Brand Innovators at CANNES Virtual Summit. Today, we will be joined by marketing leaders from PepsiCo, Crocs, Square, Applebee's, RT, Sperry, Monster Energy, and many more. Please be sure to ask questions. Use the chat to engage with both our speakers and attendees. Before we kick off with today's live cast, we would like to share a short video that highlights our amazing media buying summit and everything that has happened over the past few months. Enjoy.
We are thrilled to have you joining us for our latest and greatest marquee event, the Brand Innovators 2021 Media Buying Summit.
Welcome, everyone. Let's get started.
Thank you for having me.
I'm so excited about this show. All right, so I'm back.
I have 2 dogs too, so they might want to join the party later.
We have a truly fantastic program planned for you with what I would say is an epic group of speakers, senior media buyers, and marketing leadership from some of the world's biggest brands.
We looked at media more holistically than ever. Consumers don't necessarily know the difference between a paid side of the house versus an influencer, creative versus organic. To them, it all looks like your brand, it's your advertising.
It's another thing when you have a brand that's 50 years old that people think of as a brick and mortar retailer, and you've got to figure out how you're going to tell a story to get them to rethink and create a moment of reconsideration for your brand.
So again, how do we use data? We looked at regionally, where do we have inventory? Because for a while, we stopped making cars and we started making ventilators and masks. First of all, there was a lot of people who really wanted cars because it's your own personal space. Spending really went way back up. And so like at the end of the year, we were back at like our normal budget levels and launching the Escalade.
What we decided that we were going to define content commerce as shortening the distance between inspiration and purchase. It does away with that kind of multi-step, lengthier sequence of product searching, researching. And I think what's really interesting about this space is that these kind of micro moments of discovery are happening more and more in your social feed and through short form video that you're interacting with.
There's just too much now, too much clutter. And we've gone from 30-second ads to now 15-second ads and 6-second ads. So I feel like that is an opportunity for us to reset the balance here. And I feel like that's a huge opportunity and to create, I think, a much better ad experience.
I will always recommend that you want to have the people who work on your business to be as close to dedicated on your business as you possibly can. If you know that they're working for you, then their priorities aren't split.
Being on the streets, connecting with our consumers is critical. So we have a division structure that enables and empowers our local teams to make decisions based on what is right for their market.
Like many other brands, we just had to adapt to make sure that we're meeting customer needs, as well as their changing media consumption habits, right? So fortunately for us, last year, our various creative agencies and media agencies and partners were just very accommodating as we were trying to navigate those challenges.
I think 2021 will be a very interesting year as we all kind of learn and understand the new dynamics at play and how they impact all of our respective businesses.
Well, thank you for that amazing recap. We have another epic day of content. I promise you it's going to be amazing. So with that, please welcome 2 incredible speakers to the stage. First, we have Mark Kirkham, the Vice President and General Manager of PepsiCo's Global Sports, Energy, and Juice, and Jonathan Troughton, the CEO and co-founder of FramePlay. Welcome. Let's give them a minute to come onto the stage. Hi, Jonathan.
Good morning. It's always funny when you join these things at the moment, and there's like 20 different video settings and everything going wrong as per normal. So I'm happy.
I know. I understand those nerves. Also, you feel like you're alone in your room. There's no audience.
Oh no, I definitely am alone. I'm in a very soundproofed room.
There's no one, to clap or give you feedback. It's, you're all on your own here.
Yeah, the day that I can get back up on stage is what I'm looking forward to. I mean, if Mark and I could be sitting next to each other, actually, in that traditional
Exactly.
fire, that would be fun.
That's funny that you say that. I'm actually nervous for in-person presentations. Oh, hello, Mark. Welcome.
Hey guys, how are you?
Gary, how are you? Jonathan, I'll let you kick it off.
Awesome. Okay. Hey, Mark, how you doing?
Good. How are you, Jonathan?
Not too bad. I just got back into New York, so I think for everybody that is listening probably doesn't know that you're in Ireland. So sitting massively apart. We'll get kicked straight off into it. I guess the whole thing here I really wanted to dive into is to get a understanding of Pepsi's innovation approach. And as we start going into that, looking at while I will probably have my slant and it will probably be somewhat tending to head into video games because that's my realm, we really wanted to look at how you and how Pepsi looks at innovation. So I think it's really well known that Pepsi globally and its affiliated brands are known for being very innovative. So how do you structure their innovative efforts and assessing new opportunities? How do you really innovate in the market space?
No, I think it's a great question, and it's one that I think all of us are asked throughout the history of marketing and innovation, right? I think the basic answer is simple. You focus on the consumer. That's a generic catch-all answer in many ways, but it's the truth, right? We all have to step back and be brand marketeers and business people, but we have to realize at the end of the day, it's the consumer that we're looking to engage, to fall in love with our brands and also to deliver, new benefits and new products to address their needs. So it starts with the consumer, but then you're going to think, well, how am I going to engage that consumer? And that's where innovation has to take an entirely new, a new road and a new twist on it, because innovation in the old way of innovation was very linear, and innovation today is very dynamic. It involves everything from new business models to different ways to test with consumers, to learn from consumers, new ways to create products. It also requires it not to be a siloed point of view. I think we used to have organizations that innovation sat within R&D or innovation sat within the innovation team. Let's be honest, innovation comes from everybody. It can come from your kids, it can come from your neighbor, it can come from your CEO. Now, I think that's the way you have to build a culture of innovation. I think we've done so as PepsiCo in a category that historically is about snacks and beverages. How do you change that up? Because these are categories well defined, well established, well distributed, and they're high penetration categories. And I think it's how we've done it through new business models, new innovation platforms, new ways of working, and actually thinking differently about how we bring innovation to market. Some of our most recent innovation actually came from employee generated contests, and we've taken them all the way to market. So I think how we've, I think you also have to be willing to test and learn and fail a lot. And incentivize people not to hold back. And there's great business models, specifically in tech, who build that in from the beginning. But for us, I think it's become a bit of a journey and continuing to evolve over time.
Yeah, I very much, that's a cultural thing that we see typically, is embracing that and culturally inside your organization. And obviously there's drastic differences between the size of our business and PepsiCo, but driving very early on at the cultural embrace of ideas flowing through from every level of the employees and actually filtering that to the top and having them engaged. I think it makes it like you're very tapped into the reality of what's happening into the market instead of being blinded only from seeing what's happening at the top. With that, I guess, in mind, once you launch an innovative idea, how do you evaluate the marketing efficacy, or maybe the measurement might be new or something like this? How do you measure that?
Well, look, at the end of the day, measurement is critical to everything we do as a business. I think there has to be a balance between the art and the science when it comes to innovation. But as stakeholders, as business people, the science is really important, and measurement has evolved significantly. We've gone from a world where you just bases test something, and you see if it works, and then you launch it, and then you get the data, and you track it, and you do all your ROI measurement, to one that's much more fluid, which means the data isn't always perfect, which means sometimes you have to go with a bit more gut. Sometimes you have to go in a test market and really make some extrapolation around the consumer, the competitive set, the channel dynamics in that market, and how you can lift and scale that idea into other places. And measurement's critical. And we're using every traditional tool, but I also think it's about capability building. One of the things that I think PepsiCo's done a great job of, and I'm proud to just be part of it, and we're doing it in unique and different ways, is we're investing in capability building and measurement. We're not outsourcing everything. We've got great partners, but I think it's important that measurement has to be part of your culture, just like creativity, just like innovation. So measurement is absolutely critical. It's just how you measure and why you measure that, I think, is going to be more important. I think we get focused on the result too often, and everyone does that. Is it a win? Is it green or is it red? I think I think a lot of people like to use the term grello, where it's sometimes green and sometimes yellow. That's actually a really fun place to be, because it means you haven't figured it out and you have a lot to learn, and there's other ways to measure and there's new things to learn. So I think it's just that fluidity and that evolution of measurement, but don't want to lose the fact that it's critical to everything we do.
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, at the end of the day, I think everything everyone is doing, it still comes back to whether you can count and how many times did this happen or did that happen. So I guess it's funny, like, as we're going to look at this and you start thinking of innovation and the reality that the world just went through, it's a massive upheaval of all the norms. And as you start looking at that change and looking at where it's changed and how it has changed, innovation requires a pulse on consumer trends. What consumer trends are important to understand, especially from the past year and a half, and looking forward? Like, where do you see these consumer trends?
Well, I think there's three main pieces that we look at. One is the broad consumer mindset, needs, behaviors, and obviously they've been impacted over the last 18 months. But as much as they've impacted from the traditional way they used to do things, what I think is amazing is how they've evolved, as how we've all evolved, frankly, to new behaviors, to adapting to different, maybe this need is more important than that need. So I do think the first thing we need to focus on is how has that consumer changed their behavior, or what are the needs that changed over the last year? And then start to think about how do our products and services address those needs in that context. This idea of context and really being intrinsic to everything you do is so critical, and more critical when we live in a world of staring at screens like we're doing right now, because we see each other in a way that's, it's actually become so real. It was very surreal. Now it's just real. As we go back, as we think about, the role that our behaviors are changing, how we innovate for these products and different services, we have to remind that these behaviors will continue. Mm-hmm. So that's on the consumer side. And obviously things like health and wellness has changed the mindset of, convenience has changed. I mean, look at what's happened between online shopping, delivery, all of the things that some of us maybe were engaged in, but not as much, or didn't rely on as much. Health and wellness means different things. I work in sports, and when gyms are closed, when you can't watch sports, you change your mindset. We adapted dramatically in that. We innovated in that space. And then the last I would just say is channel dynamics. Think about your customers. How has this impacted them? What are they going to do different? How are they going to change the way they go to market, or the way they merchandise, or the way they fulfill products? And you're going to need to evolve to that, because some things will continue. People will still continue to buy groceries online for many, many months and probably years. And how do we adapt our portfolio? How do we sell through online channels in a different way? So all of the last 18 months has set, a new set of behaviors, and probably deprioritized or prioritized needs slightly different. And those are some of the trends that we're looking at. And I think it's important for all of us as marketers to realize that they're not just hey, well, the pandemic is over and now we're back to the way it was. Some will continue, some will even go the other way. People are going to be all out and the restaurants are all open and everyone's going to be changing that behavior, almost overcompensating.
Yeah.
So we're going to have to adapt to all those things.
Yeah, it's as you say this, I've been reading a lot of these sort of reports that have been coming out that, it just take the States, for example, that America's been fundamentally changed from COVID and things may not go back to the way people thought they were. It's not just, okay, vaccines are rolled out. Now we just go back to what it was at the end of 2019. That's not a reality. And when you say things like behavioral shift, when we hear this comment all the time, it's like, especially in the video game space, they're like, wow, COVID must have really grew video games. It must have been a lot more people. Video games were massive before COVID. It's just that there's been more focus on it. People are realizing that this is actually happening. They've got a second to stop and actually realize what's happening in the world. Where are the channels? Where are people spending time? And to your point about behavioral shift, they started doing these things just because the vaccines were out. It was already massive. The ones that gained, or the new gaming set that came on, we're predicting they're not going to leave. They're going to keep playing. So I guess that's, behavior is interesting. But I guess as you're talking around behavior, I know this is something that you always like to look at, and the idea or the concept of receptivity around advertising. And where are you finding these audiences and the receptivity that they have, or how receptive they are being inside of these different channels? Why, to you, why do you see this being such an important topic now?
I think it's because it's been largely, I wouldn't say overlooked, but maybe disproportionately viewed as, relying on the traditional model of advertising or communication or engagement, frankly, right? And when you have such a cultural shift and behavioral shift like we've all gone through, it makes you, jump ahead or, skip a generation or second guess. I mean, maybe we should invest a little more in this or that. And we all went through different realms of this. And when you step back and stop thinking about, well, what's my media buy? And you change the conversation to what is the message I want to get, and when and where is a consumer most receptive to that message, it shifts the conversation. Now, don't get me wrong, there's a huge and always will be a major market and a major need from all of us for traditional media and advertising. But if the receptive consumer is doing different things, like you said, gaming was big. Gaming's just more culturally ingrained in everyday culture because of the pandemic. And there are a lot of closet gamers who probably need to talk about it now that are talking about it a lot more. But I think it's how you meet and get your message to those folks in different ways. And the pandemic has forced people to think differently about in-game messaging. It's forced people to think differently about how you engage in gaming. I mean, a couple of years back, it was all about esports and events and streaming. While that still existed, the events went away. So those opportunities to be with those consumers and where they're most receptive have changed. So whether it's gaming, traditional sports, or even just traditional communication, I think we all as marketers have to really step back and just ask the questions, where and when is my consumer most receptive to my message? And that will inform our advertising strategy.
Yeah, no, I agree. Before COVID, people watched a lot of non-linear video, played lots of video games. And I think the more we've watched and it's starting to, as the world is opening up, do you think that, as we've talked about this behavior concept as well, do you think that the brand should still pay attention to these channels? Like, as things open up, are they going to be watching? And we talked about the change in behavior, but should brands be paying as much attention to these channels or more attention, knowing that this behavioral shift is going to stick?
I think these are the times where it's really important that you don't just move on from what you learned, and you actually stay in touch and focus on these channels. Because it's, if you think that this is a blip in time and then 6 months you realize actually this thing's still taking off and I should have gotten in and stayed engaged, I think you're going to miss out. Because your consumer may be there. Your consumer is not going to say, oh, I'm just going to stop engaging in this thing I really love because I can go outside. They may do it less often, but they're going to still be doing it. So I think from a media channel standpoint and from a brand channel standpoint, we have to take the learning over the last 18 months. And I would say even further when it comes to things like gaming, I think a lot of us sat on the sidelines too long for certain industry segments. Now, I'm glad to say I worked on brands and businesses that were engaged in gaming, for 10, 15, 20 years.
I was about to say this. You have a history here.
But to be honest, in the early days, we did it the traditional way. And what I can tell you today, it's all about engagement. I don't even talk about advertising when it talks about promoting or engaging in the gaming industry. It's about engagement. And how you engage, might be through branding, it might be through messaging, it might be through promotion. So we are just going to continue doing what we need to do. But it's also what I love about this time is that it forces us to be even more innovative because there's a lot more players out there playing in the space. The gaming industry is 160, maybe 200 billion. You see different numbers. There's lots of room for all of us to play, but how do you do it different? How do you engage differently? And I think that's where kind of channel strategy, messaging strategy, and as you ask the question, don't walk away from it because people are going to go back to traditional things. Keep focusing on it, learn from it, maybe be a bit more innovative in these spaces.
Yeah, and I want to touch on this because you do have a history in the game space, especially at Pepsi. So is there something you want to talk about this? I'd love you to talk around some of the work that you've been proud of, especially in the game space and what Pepsi's done.
Well, I can't take credit. A lot of the teams around the world have done lots of great things. We've had owned gaming properties like in Russia, where we've created, an adrenaline platform, which was an esports platform that we built from scratch, promoted, produced, published, created an entire engagement / entertainment platform. Did the same thing in India with Mountain Dew. Mountain Dew in the US, the team there, and I was a part of that team at different times. Amazing work in engaging with key traditional IPs, but one of the first brands to bring in-game engagement, in-game gear, in-game branding, exclusives for customers, but also for our key consumers, tying it in with other brands. And then you look at the industry as a whole, and technology has just unlocked a lot of different things. The publishers, the developers are doing great things. The technology is becoming less rigid. And I'll tell you, in the early days of this, to do something unique and creative in a first-person IP, first-party IP would be really hard.
Yeah.
But actually, in today's world, there's a lot more opportunity, and I think it's where we talk about innovation. Innovation is not just what's the new PepsiCo drink or food product. It's how we innovate in our marketing and advertising, and platforms like gaming and streaming and more digital platforms. They actually give us a lot more less rigid structure than it had even 5 years ago. So I think this is also a time where you can look at what we've done in the past, maybe traditional events, traditional promotions, but what's next? How do we start to bring gaming into that next horizon? And that's the exciting space. There's so many examples. We did some great work with PUBG recently. We've had ongoing relationships with Activision and other partnerships with Call of Duty and other games. And I think it's just continuing to push yourself to start with the consumer, because they're the ones that you're actually engaging with, whatever that idea may be. But ensure that you're continuing to challenge yourself to do new things. And that's what makes me proud, is that all the different markets, all the different teams around the world have kind of engaged this opportunity early. They've tested and learned. And that's allowed us to kind of continue to invest and try new things along the way.
Yeah, I think much with what you said there is, if you look back to some of the old, and you would be very familiar with this, and even to your point, going back 5 years, it was very difficult doing something that was hard coded, and the timelines and the dates that just project out over 12 months to even get anything done in these things and getting into a game has been very difficult. I mean, to that point, our whole focus has been to minimize these timelines, get it in front of a game like Gamer. And as many are probably aware, I'm very much an advocate for the gamer's experience and how you actually put it in there. But that's been our whole concept as well. It's like, how do you shorten the timelines? How do you get into these environments in a meaningful, intrinsic way and actually engage with the players? So I guess it'd be cool to discuss how we're moving forward then. Like PepsiCo and its affiliated brands are already significant in stadiums, the out-of-home sort of, I guess you would say, experiences, content integrations. What roles do you see traditional and non-traditional advertising methods in a post-pandemic world? experience,
I think
authenticity, that kind of thing.
Yeah, I think one of the most important things that we've learned through the pandemic, and it's also probably the thing most of us crave the most, is live experiences are just so important and so amazing. However, what we've learned is without having live experiences, the value of some of the traditional advertising metrics, which for the most part are the bread and butter of partnership and sponsorship since the dawn of time, have kind of, it forced us to rethink, well, how it's not the only thing you need. It's how do you leverage that differently? And it gets to this, simple concept around engagement. As we think about traditional sponsorship, signage, advertising, whether it's in live sport or any other activity, while that is important and it's critical to our overarching strategy, how do you make the story that you're telling as part of that partnership, whether it be a game or a sport team, be more dynamic? Because even the greatest interactive LED and signage is still static in its principal form, and it's static when it comes through a flat screen. And that's where this idea of how do you make it more interactive? If you look at what we did in the Champions League opening ceremony this year, where we couldn't, and we virtually did it with Marshmallow, and we brought in special guests, and we tied it into the game and the broadcast in a unique way. You look at what the US team does in its brand integration through some of its partnerships with the NFL and the NBA, and you look at what we do with music, it's music and live experiences are coming back, and we're all excited about that. But how do you take the learning from the traditional way and the new learning, both behavioral and how the industry and the consumers evolved, and just get more creative in those engagements and those storytelling opportunities? So I think we're going to see some really interesting new ways to engage in the traditional advertising space in sports and live events, but equally, and I think you brought this at the beginning of this, if you're playing a game, the last thing you want to do is just be fed things that feel inauthentic. And the authenticity of that experience through any type of brand engagement and advertising per se will actually be the thing that the gamer really enjoys. It'll feel more real. And the more real it feels, the less they might notice it as advertising, the more they might understand it as part of their gaming experience. And that's probably going to build a stronger affinity. So that's what we always look for. What is it I can do to actually enhance that experience? What role can my brand have to be part of that gamer's experience and really bring our story to life?
Yeah, no, I think it's you and I are both massive advocates when it comes to experience. And when it definitely comes into this, and we start doing where there may be some elements of custom that we do specifically for brands, so they have that extra level of engagement, but even just to signage in stadiums and so forth, we track monitoring and conversation when we sometimes look at how people are actually responding to different pieces of creative. Extended play session length, I think I've mentioned this before, even with you, it's like people are playing longer when we start engaging with the brand. They start commenting on the brands inside the gameplay. It's really fun to see it happening right in front of you in real time. So I think we both agree that the world of advertising is more about user experience than an impression measurement. So moving forward, what are the top considerations brands should take when evaluating new digital forms of marketing?
I think the first thing is experiment. You got to test and learn. You're going to have to take some risks, because measurement may not be all there. The audience may be a bit smaller than what you're used to. It may not hit all your goals. But as you think about your marketing mix and your advertising strategy, always kind of carve out some space to test and learn, or to experiment, to try new things. Start with the consumer and their passion areas. Figure out how they're interacting. And if they're playing games, don't just do what everyone expects you to do and do a traditional gaming media buy on a gaming streaming channel, or just do a promotion that's tied to an in-store activity. Find a unique digital experience. Do something fun. Play around with the space, because this is a space that is always innovating. And in the digital space, what's cool today is going to be, interesting tomorrow and non-existent 3 days from now, right? So I think we've got to be able to experiment more in the digital space, but also ensure that you're kind of finding a way to bring digital and physical together. you know, and it's not just AR, it's not just, you know, the kind of the easy things to figure out. It's just at the end of the day, your consumer is on a journey, and they're looking for ways to be, you know, to have your brand story throughout. So those touch points, they're easier to fill when you've got digital in play. It allows you to do more with performance marketing, and it allows you to do more with your brand.
Yeah, I'd imagine some people will sit here and go, well, it's easy for you to say you're Pepsi, but the same way we look at this, and the same thing we sort of tell everyone to look at the gaming space, there's ways to do this. You don't need to be Pepsi. You guys come up with some really innovative ideas, but you can be larger, smaller, it doesn't matter. Gaming gives you, and the way we even look at it, the way we went into the idea and concept of delivering and bringing brands into games in a meaningful way is we wanted to really offer it to everyone, just like we wanted to offer the same capabilities to indie developers. Like, how do you get the indie developer actually out into the world more and monetizing their creations? Is the same thing here for advertisers. So,
and I would just build on that. I mean, you know, yes, it's PepsiCo, but we've got groups like PepsiCo Labs. We're investing in startups. We're not just investing in traditional ways to get to that answer. We're investing in our people. You know, we're doing internal contests to come up with products that are selling across the United States right now. So I think, yeah, you know, I think people, the perception, I would argue sometimes it's easier when you're a smaller company.
Yeah.
To try new things. But I think it's a culture. We started this conversation about innovation and culture, and that to me is at the heart of it.
Yeah, no, definitely. So I guess circling back to your days in video game advertising and the experiences that you've created there, what opportunities do you think will open up with this capability, the realism being reflected, as we said before, reflecting realism inside video games? Like, what opportunities do you think will open up?
Well, I think it's a balancing act, right? You know, you brought up the authenticity point, and that's where, you know, brands need to appear in whatever environment, physical or virtual, in an authentic way. Again, it's almost like receptivity in a console on a mobile phone, right? So when are you most receptive? When you're playing, you know, a video game. But I do think brands need to continue to look for ways to link their storytelling into these channels. Yes, some of the more traditional advertising ways are relevant. And certain gaming genres, sports games in particular, we've been doing that for Gatorade for years, with placement in many of the major kind of gaming video games, or sports video games. But as you start to think about the different genres and the different types of games, it's about trying to, you know, uniquely tie your either the experience you're offering the player to your brand. You know, we do it with branded gear in some games. We do it with, we've literally in a PUBG game, we had a Mountain Dew vending machine drop in the game, and that gave you power-ups. That was cool. Guys were searching for it. You know, and the technology exists to do that. So I just think you've got to push, and honestly, you need to work closer with developers, ad tech companies, your agencies, to really push the button. You know, don't wait for someone to come back and brainstorm an idea and come back with that perfect presentation. They figured it all out. Go, even if for now it's sitting in a virtual room like this, throw stuff up at the wall, challenge each other to do different things. That's what I would focus on.
It's a good point you made. Like, a lot of the time we're sitting there and we're trying to give a lot of feedback around how this is going to be received as a gamer, and what the perception is in the different segments, because they're different. Whether you're playing sports games, you're playing racing games, or anything, like, how is it actually going to feel, and what's the experience going to be like? Because at the end of the day, the brand is looking for a positive brand affirmation, and we are always trying to guide our clients down that path. Like, look, we play these things all the time, and we listen to the feedback we get from the players and retention and numbers. We're telling you, like, this is going to look really cool if you do like this way. And I guess from your perspective, do you think that agencies and marketers should be open to the idea that maybe there's some ideas here that we could take, especially from the gaming fanatics? Like, how's this going to be received by my audience?
Absolutely. And I think, you know, we used to have, we used to have a group within Mountain Dew in the US that it was just consumers that we would tap into. And a lot of them were gamers, for throwing marketing ideas at them. And we did that for many, many years. It came up with everything from new products to engagement ideas. You know, I think what we need to do is kind of drop our swim lanes or our expected kind of this is your role, that's your role mindset, and try to kind of work across teams, work with our consumers a lot more, ask them the questions, ask them what they think, pull from other industries. I'd love to see traditional advertising steal from video games and other types of platforms. No, I mean really, because at the end of the day, it's the technology that exists to enable it. At the end of the day, a TV is just a bigger version of a screen. It's not, and we all know that, and we really know that over the last 18 months, right? So I think we're all living in a world where we got to beg and borrow, and we got to learn from our consumer and think differently about our audience, think differently about that device, and start with this idea of how do I engage? Where are they receptive? How do I think about my message in different ways? And to your point, I think it's a great opportunity for big companies, big advertisers to work with the smaller companies and figure out what they're doing differently, and not going through the traditional brief, see what they come back with, do a first look, and make a decision there. I think it's got to be a bit more fluid.
I think so. There was a question that came through just then. I prompted on this. What is the number one metric you value when evaluating new advertising opportunities?
Oh, that's a loaded question. What's the number one metric?
Who is watching this right now is like, yeah. I got Mark on this. I got it.
No, look. I mean, because you're going to say, if I give you the number one, it's return on investment, right? And that's the most generic answer that we can all give, but it's absolutely, as a business person, it's the number one answer, right? Yeah. And when you identify return on investment, then there's different ways to measure the return on investment. You can, in advertising in particular, and especially in digital, you can go at everything. Literally, I was on a call today and we were arguing engagement rates and false impressions and all the different things. And you start getting into influencer content and influencer strategies and walled gardens. And you're like, how do I measure ROI? So the main answer is what metric? Return on investment. And when I think about return on investment, it's not just the numbers and the math, it's how am I driving efficiency and effectiveness, right? And efficiency and effectiveness, these are basic marketing mix principles, but how am I getting the most volume with the most efficient spend? And efficiency doesn't mean it didn't cost a lot. It means you got the most for your dollar. And I do think we need to think differently about evaluating the real impact, the richness of every dollar spent. It's those things that I think make a bigger difference today than just your traditional impression. And again, it sounds generic. I'm going to go back to this idea of engagement, and experiences, and again, receptivity. It's an old word tied to an old model, but actually it's the same thing. So if you're measuring ROI, you're looking at efficiency and effectiveness, and you're using the right tools for the right channel. It's not a one size fits all tool, measurement tool. And I think that's how we're going to get there.
Yeah. I guess it's if you start to look at, and this is maybe a different way of looking at it, but you're looking at brands being present, especially in sports and so forth. It may not be applicable when people look at ROI and they think very short term as well. And they think of it happening only in the next, day, 24 hours, 14 days, something like this. But that ROI when you're sponsoring sports events, or you're inside, in our instances, you're actually inside the games, and you're inside the sports events in the games, the ROI might be, it could be a year later, and because they've been persistently around, and that's why they're thinking about it. What else have we got? I'm getting peppered with questions now. How do you see your audience demographic expanding to be more inclusive as the industry grows and evolves?
Well, I mean, I would be very proud to say, and when you say inclusive, that it could be everything. You could define inclusiveness across the board. I think one, first off, you have to have a culture of inclusiveness. And I think one of the things I'm most proud about PepsiCo is what we do from a diversity and inclusion standpoint. And when I say that broadly, we are, it's a culture. And therefore, that culture transcends into what we do day in and day out. And so if I'm thinking about my target market for a brand, look at sports and energy drinks. They tend to be more male dominated historically. Honestly,
that's shifting. That's like for the numbers.
it's absolutely shifting.
Games.
And the dad of two girls, both incredibly active, both sporty, both. I mean, I couldn't disagree with some of the stereotypes that exist in many of these industries, and we've got to invest behind. And if you look at what we're doing in sports, Women's Champions League, it's a massive investment for us, but it's a really important thing because like our partners, we're trying to level the playing field, equal game. And that affects then our marketing strategy, our media strategy, who we sponsor, the types of athletes, the types of advertising we do around that partnership, the types of on-ground grassroots activity. We had 54,000 young athletes be part of a 5v5 tournament, and we ended up with 26 teams. We had 12 teams around the world of girls teams participating who came up through massive tournaments. Those types of things are really important, and that's going to affect our media and marketing strategy. It needs to be culturally rooted, and then it needs to be consistently executed, and that's how we're going to really shift our focus from an audience standpoint.
I think that sort of bleeds into another question that came through. I quite like this. How should older brands gracefully enter the newer technology spaces?
The first thing is don't fake it. Don't do it just because someone says gaming is cool or that looks interesting. Find your unique angle. Find your unique role that you can play. Even for gaming, for some of our brands. I mean, like Mountain Dew is a really old 1930s originally, and we bought it in the 70s brand. But we reinvented that brand in the 80s and 90s and actually put it at the front of kind of youth culture through action sports and gaming from the late 90s till today. But yet we still keep our roots in other sports, for example, especially in the US. And so, if you're an older brand trying to reach a new consumer, find your unique, authentic way that you can connect. And we've seen some amazing, restages of brands to target new consumers. And I think where they started with is they asked themselves is who are they? What's their purpose? What's the role that this medium or this passion area is going to play in telling my story? And also they got to be willing to, to try something new. And again, it just goes back to my first point is like, don't just do it for the sake of doing it. Do it because you believe in it and you've thought it through and you found a role it's going to play in your storytelling.
Something else that came through here. You had to pivot marketing plans during the pandemic. What are some other examples from PepsiCo that really resonated with consumers and engaging them?
Yeah, I mean, we did a lot of different things. Every one of us had to. I mean, I'll give a couple examples. With Gatorade, obviously, we're highly involved with active occasions and live sport, and we had to shift a lot of our media dollars. We had to shift a lot of our investment opportunities, even some of our innovation, and even some of our partnerships. Had to shift as we worked with everyone to kind of evolve. We went to a lot of online in-home activation. And we were making commercials in people's living rooms, with famous athletes still telling our story, but having to do it in a more real, authentic way. We worked with people like Strava. We took a campaign that was supposed to be a big blockbuster in-store campaign and turned it into an influencer campaign that was really tied back to a Muhammad Ali comment, which was, about making the days count, and that really was relevant at the time. And what we talked about is in-home exercise. I mean, you look at other brands, you look at what Pepsi did in its partnership with Global Citizen and the concert that went on around the world. I mean, yes, that's a marketing investment, but that's a culture investment. And that's an investment in our people and what we believe in. And those are ways that we had to shift in this world.
Yeah, and it's good to hear these sorts of things, especially like driving back to one of the original things we commented on, and behavioral shift, and where are people going now, and how big the gaming space was prior, how big it grew, and that they're going to like stay in there now. And we're seeing the way, and you're talking about authentic experiences as well. We really come back to this idea of how the authentic experience in a gaming space resonates with the audience that is playing today. So pivoting in that constant shift is going to be really interesting, like to your point, with doing something that's exciting today, it's going to be normal tomorrow, and then it's going to be gone the day after. It's the same in the gaming space. It's constantly evolving, and you got to be pushing everybody to do this. And this is where it comes back to, like, we encourage any people that we work with, and I'd imagine the same, is to do something a little bit different inside it. Maybe your creative is going to look a little bit different. Gaming is different. It shouldn't be exactly the same as it is in, digital out of home, or even just, outdoor signage. So also, I see Ariel, you joined.
I think we could go on forever. I think we're getting politely reminded that this is the end.
Are we probably over already? But
yeah, I think so.
We could go with a closing thought, Jonathan. I'll leave you with one of those.
Closing thought. I mean, all my closing thoughts are basically going to be plugs. So all I would say is that, to Mark's point, gaming is a very innovative space, and all companies should be innovative in different ways. And we shouldn't just be looking at just in gaming, but gaming is definitely where a majority of time is being spent in a very engaged way. And we encourage people to be doing things different, trying things differently. And it comes back to being a startup maybe, but it's fail fast, learn fast. So
Mark, any closing thoughts on your end?
No, I mean, I think that's a great way to think about it. It's just continue experiment. Innovation lives everywhere. Don't just think it lives in one function or one part of the business, or internal versus external, and continue to push yourself to find the better way and the new way to engage your consumer.
Incredible. Thank you both so much for joining us today, and we hope to see you back soon.
Great. Thanks so much, guys. Thanks, Jonathan.
See you, Mark.
So with that, I am truly excited to announce our next session coming onto the stage. From Diplo to Bad Bunny, Justin Bieber, and Post Malone, Crocs is truly the hottest brand right now. And I am so excited to say that we will be joined by the Chief Marketing Officer of Crocs, Heidi Cooley, to discuss how genuine relationships and social listening can fuel a brand's transformation. So again, please welcome Heidi Cooley. The session will be moderated by Laura Martinelli, Vice President of Sales and Growth at Vox Media. Welcome.
Hello.
Hello, hello.
Hi, Heidi. Hi, Lauren. Hi, Brand Innovators. Thanks for having me today.
Thanks for joining. Have fun.
Thanks. Thanks, Ariel. Perfect. I will echo Ariel's sentiment that I'm so excited to chat with you today, Heidi. So before I kick off, my name is Lauren Marinelli. I run the growth sales team at Vox Media, home to brands like Vox.com, The Verge, New York Magazine, Eater, and The Cut. And I'm joined today with Heidi Cooley, the Chief Marketing Officer at Crocs. Heidi joined Crocs as the VP of Global Marketing in 2016 and being Chief Marketing Officer in 2021. And under Heidi's leadership, her team has ignited brand presence and transformation across the globe and has driven resurgence in brand relevance, consumer demand, and shareholder value. Heidi now leads the integrated global marketing campaign in communication strategies, creative, collaborations, partnerships, digital and social, and consumer insights. So we certainly have a lot to talk about, Heidi, and I know you've been with the brand for over 5 years now, an iconic footwear brand that has had an incredible brand transformation. You've also been named one of the world's most polarizing brands as well. We've heard things like ugly shoe to the it shoe of the pandemic, but there's certainly been a lot of headlines these past years, from donating shoes to healthcare workers and to the collaborations with Justin Bieber and Diplo and Post Malone. And we even saw Questlove rock a pair on the red carpet at the Academy Awards. So where to begin? Let's start, and I'd love for you to introduce yourself a little bit further, and let's start with a high-level summary of the Crocs marketing strategy.
Yes. Well, hi, everyone. And thanks, Lauren, for the introduction. So I am probably the luckiest CMO in the world. To your point, I get to market one of the world's most polarizing brands. I mean, what more could you ask for? With an incredibly talented team. I think one thing I'd love to start by saying is We have a really small and nimble marketing team that is driving incredible impact for this brand. And it's definitely a model that a variety of brands of different sizes could follow. So to your point, our strategy is rooted in being social first, digitally led. We pride ourselves in our authentic ambassador relationships, but most importantly, we are focused on driving authentic consumer engagement day after day, right? Our goal is to win fans over and bring them into Croc Nation one at a time.
I love it. So by talking through your ambassador journey. So what is your definition of an ambassador?
Yeah, it's a good question. So we define ambassadors as authentic partners of the brand. And we use ambassadors that range from celebrities to collaboration partners, influencers, micro-influencers. We treat our employees as ambassadors, and most importantly, our fans, right, are authentic ambassadors of our brand. We actually launched our ambassador strategy back in 2017. So to take you guys on a journey for 1 second, because we are probably the world's ugliest shoe, and we're really proud of that. We initiated this brand transformation back in 2017. And we did that rooted in a human insight, actually, that we were ugly. We found, right, that at the time, our Google search trends in 2016, to take you back for a second, were Crocs with an S, Crocs with an X, which is our stock price, which at the time I think was $8. And the third Google search trend for our brand was Crocs memes. Crocs memes. People were looking to make fun of our brand, right? We were getting memes like, see these holes, that's where your dignity leaks out. Or, hey, if Monday had a shoe, it would be Crocs, right? Like, we had this incredible opportunity to drive relevance for our brand. And what we recognized was that our fans didn't see us as ugly. They saw us as one of a kind. And because we're one of a kind, they were able to resonate with the story of self-expression. And so as we go back to 2017, we actually rewrote our brand vision. Our brand vision is that everyone should be comfortable in their own shoes. And that really allows us to talk about the functional benefits of our incredible icon. But more importantly, it allowed us to introduce a global campaign, a global invitation that we still use today, an invitation to come as you are. And I back us up to that strategy for a second, because that is the foundation of our ambassador strategy as well, right? We work with authentic partners. When you go through the list of ambassadors we've had, from Post Malone to Justin Bieber, as you mentioned, Bretman Rock, all of these partners were fans of the brand before we ever worked with them. They were rocking their Crocs before Crocs were cool. And that is still a filter that drives our ambassador strategy today. And today we continue to shift it, right? You'll see more collaboration partners, more micro influencers. You'll see us continue to celebrate fans. And that's how we'll continue to evolve as a brand.
Amazing. So who is the Croc consumer today then?
Yes. So we call our brand delightfully democratic, with a small d in democratic, right? You see 15-year-olds and 70-year-old grandmas all rocking their Crocs. And we, again, love that. I would say that, look, Crocs is a mindset. It's a mindset of self-expression. It's not defined by age or demographics, right? It really is about people who want to be comfortable in their own shoes and who they are. And that continues to ground us in how we think about our consumers around the world. Now, we have ignited this brand by becoming more relevant in youth culture. That was intentional. We continue to show up in meaningful and unexpected ways for a very young consumer, and that's continued to help drive resonance around the world. We run what we call globally led, locally relevant strategy, and that continues to work in markets from New York to Shanghai.
Very cool. So let's talk about some of those partnerships and collaborations that have really touched on youth culture then. I think people, and especially a lot of marketers on this call, would be interested to hear about your partnerships and collaborations, and how have they worked? Have they been successful? What would you maybe, or how do you continue to evolve and optimize them?
Yes. So clearly collaborations have been at the heart of the resurgence of our brand. That being said, they are all grounded in authenticity. Post Malone's a great example. The Post Malone collaboration started with him tweeting that you can tell a lot about a man by the gibbets on his Crocs. So of course, as a brand at Crocs, we were like, okay, we've got to reach out to him. Let's see if we can create something powerful together. Because it really is about creative exploration of self-expression. So every collaboration that we do is unique. We're very intentional about who we work with, how we bring these activations to life, and want to give incredible compliments to our product team, right? Our product continues to innovate as it relates to collaborations, and the marketing team continues to push the envelopes in the way in which we bring these collaborations to market. We've worked with, yes, Post Malone, Justin Bieber, also Kentucky Fried Chicken, Christopher Kane, right? The list goes on and on and on. We're not necessarily specific about the industries or the categories. It's more about, can we create a meaningful and memorable and ideally unexpected relationship for our fans?
Very cool. I love that. And so I assume your PR team is constantly searching social media to see who might be rocking their Crocs. And that's certainly an authentic way to get in touch with folks to become ambassadors. And how, we talked a little bit about them helping obviously grow your consumer base. How are they impacting the brand's perception?
Yes. So, what our key brand metrics, and I think we're incredibly lucky as a marketing organization to have our key brand metrics focused on desirability, relevance, consideration. I just listened to Mark's presentation, and yes, we care about return on investment. Yes, we care about engagement, but more importantly, our objectives are to keep our brand relevant for a broader group of consumers. And so collaborations have played a critical role in that. And that continues to be the foundation of how we think about collaborations, ambassadors, social, and how we come to market every day for fans.
Great. So let's go deeper into your social strategy then. So how important is your own social network? And how are the social networks contributing to your overall business?
Yes, social is the heart of what we do. It's where we connect with our fans each and every single day. When we started this brand transformation, our budgets were small. Our reach was tiny, right? We had a lot of things to overcome as a brand, and we won our fans over one by one, day by day, showing up when they asked us to. I think we recognized the time, oh my gosh, I want to say we had less than 100,000 followers, but they were active and they were engaged, and they actually already coined themselves Croc Nation. So it was just our job to give Croc Nation what they want. And I think that's come to life in a variety of ways over the last 4 years. It started with, a high school senior who was graduating and asked Crocs to send 100 pairs of white classics to her class for graduation day. We're the brand that sends 100 pairs of white classics to our class for graduation day. That turned into a Lightning McQueen activation. Colin, a kid, I think out of Pennsylvania, created a change.org petition for Crocs to make adult sizes of the Lightning McQueen Classic. So a light up Lightning McQueen shoe. He created a change.org petition. We were a brand that was like, okay, great. If you get 20,000 signatures, we'll make this shoe. I looked last night and there are over 275,000 signatures on that petition, which is remarkable. But again, we're the brand that made the shoe, and we restocked it just a couple months ago because fans wanted more. I think the essence of social listening also created one of our most powerful moments in the history of the brand. And that was last year at the onset of COVID. Doctors, nurses, their friends, their families started reaching out to Crocs because they needed the functional benefits of our shoes. They needed a shoe that was easy to clean, easy on and off. And within 5 days of the first DM we got, we initiated Free Pair for Healthcare, which was our first and largest globally orchestrated giving program. We committed to giving tens of thousands of pairs of shoes away every day for as long as we could. And over 45 days, this team gave away 860,000 pairs of Crocs, which is remarkable. And so it's the essence of social listening that has informed many of our most impactful moments as a brand, right? From Post Malone DMs to Free Pair for Healthcare. It is exactly where we spend our time. To your point about the teams, my entire team, and honestly, our entire leadership team is constantly tagging us with conversations that are happening around Crocs. And this team is really, really quick, really, really creative in the ways in which they respond.
I love that. I was going to ask how quickly you made that decision.
We move fast. We pride ourselves in what we call imaginative agility, right? When we see comments start to happen on social, like the team moves within hours. We were able to orchestrate a global giving program, one-to-one donations in 5 days. Like that only works because our entire organization believes in doing the right things for our fans. And so we, yes, of course, have annual strategies. We have go-to-market plans, but a lot of what we do every day is showing up for fans when they need us the most.
Yeah, I love that. I was going to say, like, I assume this all ladders up to the overall strategy. And you, in our conversations, you've talked a lot about showing up as a brand. And I think you've already shared so many examples with this group of how Crocs shows up and how the brand delivers. Could you share some other unique activations that maybe not everyone on this call might be familiar with in terms of other like social activities or things that you've done within your network?
Sure, absolutely. It's like, how much time do we have? Like, there's a lot of innovation happening over here at Crocs. But I think more recently, right, like we were one of the first footwear brands on TikTok a few years ago. They were an incredible partner and invited us into launching their augmented, like on foot reality experience. We brought that to market back in April. I think what's incredible about that, right? Fans were able to put Crocs on their feet in a variety of different styles, create some amazing content. We love to joke that it was Crocs, not J's, on the feet of a lot of consumers throughout the month of April, which is really, really fun. And it was a globally orchestrated activation, which y'all know is an incredible lift. It happened in markets from the US to China, Japan, Germany, the UK. Which creates an impactful moment for us as a brand. So from Crocs on feet and TikTok to live streaming of a Diplo concert on Twitch, right? This team continues to bring innovation in just about every activation they do.
How often are you sitting down with the leadership team and your teams to think about what's next, what's new?
So the team thinks about what's next all the time. Like there's almost a moment where we have to slow them down and be like, okay, guys, like, can we start planning these things further out? Again, they constantly pursue innovation. And I think we're very, very lucky as a marketing organization. We don't get told no a lot, right? Because we're a polarizing brand, consumers allow us to do things that they might not let other brands do because it's like, well, of course Crocs would do that, right? Like Crocs could do anything. And our leadership team has incredible trust in our global marketing organization. Again, with goals like desirability, relevance, and consideration being at the forefront of the discussion, it does empower the team to constantly outcreate what they've done historically in our competitors.
Perfect. I love that. And I think that's really important for everyone to take away on this call as well. You're also a brand that has a unique marketing strategy, as you don't typically do traditional advertising, as you are a digital social first organization. Can we talk a little bit more about the power of organic social for the brand? I know we've obviously touched on it a bit, but I think I'd love to hear you expand a bit further.
Yes. Again, I think when we started on this journey, we had a small budget. We had to make sure that we were finding the consumers that cared most about Crocs and bringing them into the brand. We still run a very targeted marketing plan, right, through digital and social, as you mentioned. And we leverage efforts like collaborations. We have an incredibly talented PR team, right? They continue to drive headlines and stories for Crocs through organic channels, which is really starting to help drive relevance and consideration for our product. Today, we don't use traditional media. It's not to say we won't in the future, right, as our brand continues to grow, but our objective again from day one was about creating authentic and meaningful connections with consumers. We didn't set out to grow our consumers by 20% in 5 years. We set out to create meaningful engagements with them, one by one, day by day, and that continues to be the foundation of our strategy.
Perfect. What is next on the horizon?
Oh my gosh, don't y'all want to know? Yes, what's next? So look, it's a lot, honestly, it's a lot of the same, but different, right? Our strategic priorities have not changed in the last 5 years. It's grounded in creating memorable, meaningful experiences for consumers. We're going to continue to be social first, digitally led. We're going to continue to leverage ambassadors to drive authentic reach and engagement on our behalf. You'll continue to see us bring innovations as it relates to collaborations in social in the future. I would say what comes next for Crocs is how we expand silhouettes. right? How we go from being this iconic clog to giving consumers other options to choose for our brand. We're really excited. I'm going to show this really quick because there's a Jibbitable 2-strap that we just launched that our fans are loving. So that's really exciting. We're going to continue to grow in markets like China, right? The number 2 footwear market in the world. But it's a lot of the same because the same for us is about constant innovation and ongoing listening to fans.
Perfect. I love that. I was going to ask if we could talk a little bit more about your global strategy and how markets may differ from the US, obviously from what we see and hear, but obviously as you oversee the organization, if you could share a little bit how there might be some differences.
Yes. So to revert us back again on this journey, when we kicked off Come As You Are, actually prior to that, the brand was very fragmented around the world. And that's probably an important thing to highlight, right? Campaigns were different, key products were different. We'd stepped away from our icon. So we were trying to feature a lot of different things around the world. And so what we did to initiate this brand transformation was to centralize everything back to a global strategy rooted in our icon and rooted in our fans. And what we've learned over the last 4 years is that the strategic priorities work in all these markets. The ways in which they come to life vary different. But we found that Come As You Are is a mantra that consumers in China and in LA can understand, right? It's a mantra that invites the world to be self-expressive. And we know that casualization of the footwear industry continues to serve at our advantage. I would say the way things come to life differently, right? Celebrities are more important in some markets like China. The ways in which social innovation happens and the speed at which it's happening in markets like China continue to keep us at the forefront. But we're lucky because with China being a focused market, we're able to understand early trends that often cascade into the US as well. So we're able to really understand what's happening with consumers and their behavior around the world.
Interesting. Love that. Thank you for sharing. We have a question that came in that I want to ask. So also we will start to get to a Q&A in a couple minutes. So if anyone else has anything for me. But Heidi, how do you stay culturally relevant yourself?
Oh my gosh, I have the world's most talented team, to be honest, that teach me every single day what's happening in the world around me. I think that's it, right? Like, I know everyone talks about empowering your team, but it's definitely not acting like in our leadership team, we don't act like we know everything. We trust the team to know our brand and to ensure that our brand shows up in authentic ways. So we really do run a culture of empowerment, because if it was me running our social channels, we would not be as cool as we are today. That's for sure.
And what does your team look like? So do you have, a group of folks who just focus on certain social networks? So I think we would love to get a little bit of a peek underneath the hood.
Oh my gosh, I'd love to turn the camera around so you could actually see what they look like, because they're really, really cool. No, but we have actually a really small team. We're really nimble. We have less than 50 people running this brand around the world, which is really small considering our size. And I think what that's created is a culture that is wickedly talented. Like, I say this all the time, but every single person on my team is a best in class A player from a marketing perspective, and they're pushing each other and themselves harder than I would ever probably push them. And that's probably what continues the momentum of this brand. But yes, we have, we're set up in a marketing communication function perspective. So we've got PR teams, social teams, digital media teams. We've got integrated campaign planning teams. We've got a collaborations and partnership team. We've got a broad creative team as well. Most of our creative is done in-house as a brand. It really allows us to protect the DNA and actually move a lot faster. So they too create everything from campaigns down to a social post.
Awesome. Thank you. Okay, a couple other things. What has been your absolute favorite collaboration at Crocs?
Gosh, it's like picking my favorite kid, which everyone tells me I shouldn't do. Although this morning I have a favorite kid. No, but it's hard to say, honestly, and I don't want to wing it. I think there's an admiration for the early ones, just like the admiration for the early ambassadors, right? Like, those who are willing to work with Crocs before Crocs were cool are partners that will always remain close to my heart, probably. So that's the Christopher Kanes of the world. We worked with Balenciaga early on, Post Malone, right? But I think every relationship is meaningful. And because we're so grounded in authenticity, like there is mutual admiration with every single partner we work with. And that's a really fun experience to be part of.
I love that. I love that. And you know, the relevance of the brand is so admirable, as we've talked about. And like it still makes me like giggle when you share the memes that were popping up in 2016 and 2017. Like if we could summarize, how did we go from functional, which of course the footwear brand still is functional at the end of the day, but how did we get to the cool, fashionable it shoe of the pandemic?
Yes, it's such a good question, right? And I think it's rooted in listening to our fans, honestly. Our fans ask us for collaborations every day, right? Like they've got a lot of great ideas in addition to my incredibly talented team, right? But I think it is like showing up when these conversations are happening. I think it's listening, it's our agility. And honestly, it's the imagination that this team has, right? We pride ourselves in the creativity in which we come to market for every single campaign. And I think that's what keeps us fresh and relevant and quote unquote cool. We're also grateful for our fans. Like we joke, because at one point it was like, oh, Crocs, the issue of the pandemic. Like, why would they want to be that? Then we realized it's like, no, like our fans are choosing us amidst a global pandemic to provide a little more comfort, a little more optimism, a little more of the unexpected in a moment that was incredibly uncomfortable for most of us. And so that's something we continue to ground ourselves in from a strategic perspective. And to quickly go back to memes, I saw my new favorite meme this week, which was Crocs are dangerous. You buy them to wear them at home. All of a sudden, mall, Crocs. Grocery store, Crocs. Birthday, Crocs. Wedding, Crocs. And it's so true. We just hired our social media manager who wore Crocs at her wedding, which is pretty cool. Before she worked here. I should say that. Before she came here. Yes.
That was like Questlove wearing them on the red carpet. He's like, we've been home and I'm just going to wear this pair because they're comfortable.
Why not? I'm not going to lie. It has been a dream of ours since 2017 to get Crocs on the red carpet. So we love Questlove.
There you go. They look great. Gold Crocs. What else?
Who doesn't want them? Yeah.
I know. So we talked about agility. How fast do you move on a celebrity type of collaboration?
Yes. So we do include celebrities, ambassadors, influencers in annual strategies, right? Like we negotiate some of our celebrities far in advance. So they're integrated kind of throughout the year from a brand perspective. But we've brought collaborations to market in as fast as 3 to 4 months. And the team is constantly finding new influencers and ambassadors for our brand. And they do that really, really close to market. You're talking 90 to 30 to probably 10 days out as they continue to kind of listen and pay attention for who's could be the right partners for this meaningful campaign.
Mm-hmm. Wow. It's pretty impressive to be able to operate at that speed.
Yes, they're not tired at all. Like
thank goodness they're wearing comfortable functional shoes like Crocs.
Well played.
Yeah. Okay, a couple of quick fire questions for you. How many pairs of Crocs do you own?
I wish I could answer this, but it's like I have walls now in my closet, right? Because you just can't say no. Like something new comes out and you're like, of course I need the Diplo Crocs. Probably more than 30 or 40. I would say my favorite pair is one of the original yellows because I was in Croc Nation back in 2007. And I still have those at the forefront of my closet because once you're a Crocs fan, you're probably always a Crocs fan.
I love that. I love that. Okay. What do you read and what type of content do you consume to stay culturally relevant yourself?
Yes, we're constantly reading and absorbing content, right? And we share it really quickly amongst the team. I mean, we have this incredible team chat, and the team is constantly dropping in new articles, right? New trends, new Instagram hits, whatever it may be. So we all try to collectively, as a global marketing organization, make sure we're staying on top of the conversations that are happening. I did just finish Reed Hastings' No Rule Rules, right? The story about the Netflix culture, and I loved it. There were so many similarities in the ways in which they approach their culture that are similar to Crocs. So that was a really cool kind of recent read of sorts. And then, like everyone, a lot of podcasts in the car. The team's always sharing podcasts as well. And
what's your favorite podcast, if you have one?
Oh my gosh, I have a lot of favorites. Is it weird to say Masters of Scale still? Like we've all said that for years, but it's still one of my favorites. I'm not gonna lie.
Hey, there you go.
Yeah.
Back to the basics. I'm going to start asking you a couple questions from the audience as well. How are you facing the fact that in some countries, the Croc brands became generic for some shoes?
Yeah, candidly, Crocs were generic gardening shoes all over the world, right? Like that's what we were perceived at here in the US. It was the same in Germany. I think, again, the model is working around the world. Collaborations are driving a lot of relevance. We are constantly dropping trend right stories, new graphics, new Jibbitz packs, the Jibbitz Charms packs. Our fans are loving those. So I would say our luxury as a brand is that we have incredibly high unaided awareness, right? Like you can show our icon in almost any market around the world and a consumer will say Crocs, with the exception of China, which is our opportunity there. But I think it is, again, about constantly driving reinvention, creative thinking and innovation from a product perspective. And that is working in all of our markets around the world.
And then what does your product roadmap look like? Obviously, if you can move so quickly from your different collaborations, how quickly are you able to make magic happen?
Yes. So yes, our roadmap includes our icon. Like obviously we're never going to shy away from that silhouette. Again, it's inherently who we are. The team is constantly reinvigorating, like how do we scale that? It now comes in the Bay, which is, a height version of that clog. It's now coming in a 2-strap sandal, but it's all rooted in self-expression. So from graphics to Jibbitz, like we just want fans to be able to put on a pair of Crocs and have a little bit of extra swagger, right? Because it's true, whether you're in Colorado where we're based or you're in Shanghai, like it still takes a mental mindset to put your Crocs on and rock them outside of the house. And we just need to make sure we're giving consumers reasons to do that, right? Like great trend right product.
Perfect. And great. And as we start to wrap up, Heidi, what is one of the biggest takeaways that you'd like marketers to walk away with today?
Yeah, I would say keep it simple. Actually, one of our brand values at Crocs is inherent simplicity. And that is the hardest thing to do and probably the most important, right? But we transform this brand by listening to our fans and responding quickly. Like that's a model that anyone can do if they're committed to it. And so that's what I'd love to leave the group with is this isn't a story of a big brand with big budgets, or it didn't start that way. It's a story of a brand who wanted to connect to consumers and candidly leverage social listening, a tool that everyone has access to do that.
I love that. And as a CMO today, what would you tell your younger self?
Oh my gosh, well, my one word of advice is to keep notes for your future self. I had a mentor 15 years ago tell me to write notes to like my future self. So I have this long log of all the things I wish I could have told my boss that I read back and I'm like, oh yeah, that would be helpful. Like if I was doing this for the team or that for my team. So I would say keep notes for your future self because that's proven very beneficial. I would say to have confidence in what you know about your consumer. Again, my social team knows more about our consumer than anyone else. And they're really confident in saying, hey, this is what's happening. This is how we jump in. And then I think it's a matter of trusting them to do the work.
Perfect. I love And I had such a wonderful time getting to know you throughout this experience, and even going deeper into the transformation of the Crocs brand. So we certainly appreciate you taking the time to share this ambassador journey with us, and all the successes that you have had. I think I need to hand it over back to the brand innovators team. Oh, we actually have some public questions. I'm sorry about that. Couple more. Sorry, you're not done yet. I was about to wrap, but we're not going to do that yet. What part do influencers play in your marketing funnel, the upper funnel and lower funnel of your marketing strategy?
Yeah, we use them throughout, right? We use them to drive mass reach and awareness. We use them to drive engagement and consideration, and we definitely use them to drive conversion. So we use influencers throughout the level, right? From celebrities to micro influencers, year round across all of our campaigns.
Perfect. And then what does the creative planning process look for you? And does that vary our marketing channels?
Does it vary by channels? Kind of. Okay, so the creative planning process for us starts at the brand level. It starts with our DNA, starts with annual strategies. And then it's definitely briefed in by concept, right? Like, I have an incredibly creative team. So they're able to garner insights and bring creative to market in unique ways for just about every campaign that we do. We actually call our brand a global tapestry. So we like that we have unique representation and storytelling. We are not one size fits all. And so we don't bring creative to market that way either, which is a really important kind of point of differentiation for how we've grown over the last couple of years. So our brand is consistent across channels. Obviously, some of the tactics may change, some of the messaging may change, but we look and feel like Crocs in all consumer touch points, from digital media to our own brand D2C channels, to even wholesale accounts are using our content as well.
Great. And then, we talked a little bit about the pandemic and how you pivoted your strategies, but there is a question about what was your biggest challenge over the pandemic or 2020?
It's a good question. So like everyone, we paused for a second, reevaluated what mattered most for us. Candidly, I think we refocused our efforts on Prepare for Healthcare at the onset of the pandemic. So really galvanized us around a focus of doing good, which gave the brand and the team a lot of confidence to continue to do good things throughout the year. And then there was a moment where we were like, okay, our fans are ready again. They're ready for the unexpected. So we continued to drop collaborations and bring new products to market kind of through the middle and back half of the year.
Perfect. I love that. And someone made comment, they said, congratulations, Heidi, on what you've done with Crocs. I was part of the starters back in 2005 in Crocs, Mexico. So I can really tell about your evolution.
Well, thank you for that. Thanks for being a member of Croc Nation. We hope you're still rocking your Crocs.
I love that. Okay. Any last words before we end today?
No, thank you so much for having it again, Lauren. It was so nice to meet you.
You as well. Thank you. Take care, all. Hi, Ariel.
Hi, that was such an amazing conversation. Thank you both for joining our stage today. I think the one thing, actually a lot of things that I take forward in this is that I live in Colorado. So now I would love to come to the office.
Yes, come visit us. We'd love to host you.
All of those shoes behind you. I'm like, is that a virtual background or?
No, this is real. Those are like Diplo, Post Malone. I mean, I could be on display all day here.
I moved to Boulder, Colorado a few months ago, so let's connect. I would love to see those shoes. And Lauren, thank you for moderating such an incredible session. This was amazing.
Of course, it's been so much fun. Like I said, like Heidi has such an incredible journey and works for such an amazing brand. So it was a lot of fun. So thanks for having me.
Any last words before we hand it off to the next session?
Outcreate. That's what I'd leave everyone with, right? Creative still matters for brands. So continue to focus on outcreating.
Well, thank you so much. And so with that, I will introduce the next two speakers. Please welcome the Chief Marketing Officer at Square, Lauren Weinberg. This session will be moderated by Debbie Ellison, the Global Chief Digital Officer at VMLY&R Commerce. Let's just give them a few minutes to get onto the stage. Heidi, I'm sure they will demote you soon. Hello.
Hello. Hi, Ariel.
How are you doing?
Really good. How are you?
Really, really good. After, 2 incredible sessions so far, I'm really looking forward to this one.
That was a really great session. I am absolutely going to buy some Crocs. Some more.
Yeah. Same here. I cannot wait. Where are you based right now?
I'm in London, actually. So I literally just messaged my daughter to say, oh, I'm going to get you some Crocs. You have to have some.
We all have to have some. I think Brand Innovators needs to come out with a Brand Innovators Croc collaboration.
That is such a good idea.
Welcome, Lauren. Oh, you're on mute.
Oh, hey. Hi, everyone. I want to have the same background as Debbie. How do I get that on?
I'm still trying to figure that out myself, and I work here, so don't worry. All right.
Do that, Debbie.
I can ping you the background. Sure. Oh, God. Let me do that.
All right, we'll give you both a minute to get those backgrounds going, and then I will leave it to both of you to kick it off.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Did you email me or you?
I did. I wonder though if we should just crack on though, Lauren, because I think we've got quite a few people that have joined in to hear from you today. So I want to start off by saying it's my absolute pleasure to introduce you, Lauren Weinberg, Global Head of Marketing and Communications at Square. Just a bit of background for everyone who's joined us today. Lauren drives marketing and comms strategy across 5 markets, which includes the optimization of all channels, brand strategy, marketing investment, analytics, and marketing technology. I'm sure this lady does not sleep. Square has grown exponentially over the years, and today we want to explore some of the drivers behind that growth, the impact of the pandemic on the business and the businesses it serves, and we'll also unpack a little bit about what's in store for the future. But first, let's learn a little bit about you, Lauren. So you've got such a breadth and depth of experience in the marketing and advertising industry, and you describe yourself as a data-driven marketer. Can you tell us a little bit about your background and how that's helped to shape your future at Square?
Yeah, absolutely. So it's so good to be here with you too, Debbie, and thank you everyone. But yeah, I have actually, interestingly, a background in journalism. And then when I started my career, it was really on the data and insight side of the business, particularly on the B2B side. And I think over the years, just with the convergence of marketing becoming much more data driven, it was just very natural progression for me for my career to kind of steer in that direction. So I've always been really closely involved with marketing. And I would say I really have built my career from, I would say, being a really data driven person who also knows how to tell stories. And so I think data, without being able to really uncover what that insight is and then put it into a really compelling narrative, I think is something that has been, the skill set for me that has really gotten me to the place where I am today.
Brilliant. And we're going to go back a little bit and talk about kind of that data and how it's kind of fueled some of your strategy. But I wanted to delve a little bit into Square and how it's taken major strides to reinvigorate the exchange and processing of currency in this digital age. What is it about Square's overall vision that's underpinning your success? What are the drivers that are fueling such remarkable growth at Square?
Yeah, so that's a great question. Thank you for the question. At Square, I would say, we're an incredibly mission-driven organization. And really the reason that we exist is that we really want to build powerful tools that help people really start, run, grow, and adapt their business across any industry. Our mission is really all around empowering businesses to be able to participate in the economy and reach business owners and consumers wherever they are. It's about leveling the playing field and making really complex things a lot easier. And so I would say, like, for us, it's really like our goal to be considered a partner for businesses that really, and this like just one-stop shop for them that really allows them to kind of work and operate their business in a really seamless way. And I think the thing for Square is that this has always been a part of what we do and our DNA. And so we are definitely always thinking about our customers. And I know everybody says that, and I would just say that it's really true at Square. So we're always thinking about our customers. We're thinking about their pain points. Like, how do we make things easier for them? And this just goes back to the origins of our company. So when Jack Dorsey and Jim McKelvey started Square, they started Square because there was this whole portion of the business community that wasn't able to take credit cards. And so they were being left out of the economy. They were missing sales. And so they really set out to do something that had never been done before. And I think for Square, like, we're always continuing to look for how can we make things easier? What do our customers need? Even if it's something that's never been done by anyone before, we're definitely willing to take on those hard challenges, always through the lens of how do we make this easier for our customers?
I think that's really interesting, because technology can be really quite confusing to lots of people, and actually technology shouldn't inhibit business and business growth, right? And fast forward to today, Square is now in many markets, processing millions of transactions on behalf of businesses. So with the pandemic, with the impact of the pandemic in mind, Lauren, what are some of the key themes and differences from the data? And we're going back to that kind of that data story you were telling at the beginning. What are the key themes and differences from the data you're seeing come back from across the markets?
Yeah. So obviously, like, as everybody has seen, like, the world and the way every country has kind of experienced and really adapted to COVID has been different. And I would say what's remarkable, though, is that the trends that we see on our side are just really similar across all the markets. And I would say, like, to your point, Debbie, like, I think that there was a lot of intention amongst a lot of business owners for a while now to really modernize their operation. I think that what COVID did is it just forced them to do that more quickly. And I think for people that were wanting to make those changes, but maybe just a little bit nervous about what that looks like, we actually saw them do that. And I'll talk about just like a couple of key things. So number one is like the move to becoming more cashless. And this is something that we've been seeing happen like over the years, but actually across the US, Australia, Canada, and the UK, we saw the number of cashless businesses double in the last year, so through 2020 and 2021. And I think if you think about countries like Japan and Canada, where they were so reliant on cash, like, this has kind of been a good sort of accelerator for them to kind of make that move into more cashless transactions. And I think the other thing is just that, we saw millions of business owners just really make that move online. And what we would see as a 3-year adoption cycle from kind of really taking your business from in-person to online was accelerated to 3 weeks during COVID. And so, and we see this at Square, it's just like, it's a one-way door, right? Once you kind of get your business up and running and you're offering mobile ordering, you're offering online appointment booking, people are gonna, like, that's where people want to do those things. And so that will continue to persist even as businesses and people start to kind of become more vaccinated and reemerge and start to kind of transact again more in person.
And our world, you mentioned the pandemic, right? And our world obviously functions now in an age of technology, and that was happening anyway. And between people's increasingly digitized lifestyles and the pandemic, as you were saying, Lauren, really forcing the adoption of technology at lightning speed, what would you consider to be the most prevalent challenges for yourself and others in the marketing and communications industry? I mean, the speed of which that change happened was just absolutely unprecedented. I hate saying the word, but I have said it already. It's come out of my mouth. What has your team at Square done to combat some of those obstacles, and how have you guys coped with the speed of that change?
Yeah, I mean, I think that that's definitely a common challenge for everyone, which is, I mean, last year, most marketers were forced to really move at the speed of culture, which is really hard to do. And so I would say, we really wanted to be communicating with our customers last year, but we felt like we wanted to be able to communicate with them in the moment that we were having. And when that moment was changing every couple of weeks, like I'm not going to lie, I think we were forced to be more agile and nimble than ever before last year. And I think now we're looking at that and saying that was great, that was interesting, it really burned out our team. And so I think we're trying to think about, like, how do we operate in a way where we're able to be a little bit more nimble and agile, but we also know that the pace that we were working at last year isn't sustainable for everyone, and we don't want to burn people out. And so I would say it definitely was a really interesting year where we had to think about doing things super fast, but also with a lot of additional challenges. Like, how do you shoot a commercial when everyone's on lockdown? And so I would say, like, we definitely, worked through, and technology played a huge role in that, because I was able to sit at home on my laptop and watch shoots live, which is really just incredible and amazing. And so I think it's really, I think, just a true testament to what technology can enable us to do. And it was definitely critical for us and moving really fast last year.
And well done to you and the team. You've done an absolutely fantastic job, and we're all seeing it and witnessing that today. I want to pivot slightly, if you don't mind, Lauren, because when we talk about kind of digital transactions, the move towards the adoption of technology, that can sometimes isolate some people. It can sometimes isolate some communities. Can you share with us how you drive Square's strategy in reaching people of all demographics and backgrounds in the countries you operate in?
Yeah, that's a great question. So I would say, I think, like, to begin with, I think we try to make sure that we're showing diversity of the business owners that we feature in all of our spots and all of our content. And we do that because we want to make sure that we're representing the world that people see around them. And in reality, that, when you're in your community, you're going to see business owners from all types of backgrounds. And so I think that's kind of like the table stakes for us, which is just making sure that our ads represent what people see in real life in their communities. I also think that we tend to think about this as part of our overarching strategy, but I will talk about a couple of things that we've done specifically. But I would say for us, like, we really think about, like, multicultural and the way that we want to reach these communities as just being part of all of our campaigns. And so specifically when we have broad reach, awareness, and brand initiatives, like, those are really going to a very broad audience. And then I would say, obviously, I think last year really, like, raised the level of awareness that everyone has on how everyone and all brands can do a better job of really highlighting and surfacing some minority owned businesses. And so we did do a couple of things specifically in that area. And so last year we announced that we were investing $100 million to support minority and underserved business communities. So that was one thing that we did. And we've also really leaned into content creation in this area. So we released a film series last year that was called Black Owned, where we were basically filming and showing the stories of Black business owners and the role that they play in their communities. Just like over the past couple of weeks, we've been releasing another film series called Asian Love Letters, and where we're really starting to showcase in the New York area just some of the Asian-owned businesses, the impact that COVID's had on their business, and also the role that their culture plays in really shaping their overall business strategy, and just a couple of other small things. So in Atlanta and Chicago, we had a really small activation where we had a campaign called The Future is Built Here, where we showcased Black business owners in those communities on billboards throughout the city and gave people the option through QR codes to purchase items from those business owners. And the last thing I'll mention is we just recently sponsored CultureCon, which is a conference for creatives and entrepreneurs and young professionals of color. And we subsidized the cost of tickets, so attendance was free for everybody. And then we also powered a marketplace for a lot of the creators to be able to sell their goods to other conference attendees. So we see it as both something that fits into everything that we do. And then we also have been working on some just like specific programming initiatives just to really shine a spotlight and highlight the success that we see people in our community having in those groups.
It's so wonderful to hear kind of all the programs and initiatives, Lauren, that you are spearheading, that the business is spearheading to really create more authentic connections with the people that you serve. A question actually from the audience that I'd like to pose, because I think this is a nice juncture to do it. Assuming most of your marketing efforts at Square are B2B, do influencers play a role in your marketing funnel? How, and do you have any preferred social platforms?
Yeah, so I think the thing that's interesting about Square is, yes, it is B2B. But I would say, like, I have worked in my career in consumer and B2B, and most of my like past B2B experience was much more enterprise level B2B. And so for Square, like a lot of our B2B marketing feels much more like consumer marketing than I think how most people think of B2B marketing. And so we have found that targeting business owners through like general interest sports and entertainment tends to be more effective than when we apply like specific business targeting, because some of our businesses are really small businesses. And so when you're using third-party data, they don't necessarily show up. So I just wanted to kind of call that out, because a lot of what we do feels more like consumer marketing. But on the question of influencers, I would say, yes. I mean, we do work with influencers. We tend to use sort of more micro influencers or people that are very influential within their business community. So we've worked with some like chefs in the past that are influential in the restaurant community. And Square obviously has solutions that serve multiple verticals. So we try to work with influencers within those specific industries, if that's a tattoo artist or somebody in the beauty industry or a restaurant owner or a retailer. And we probably, like most brands, have started to really experiment with TikTok and influencers there. And so I think that there's like a lot more that we can and should be doing in that vein. But we've also used influencers across social channels, Instagram, Twitter. And so we definitely do use influencers. And I anticipate that that will probably be an area that we continue to actually do more in, just because we know that small business owners really look to other business owners who are doing similar things to them. And they really like consider that sort of endorsement or advice from people that have been in their shoes to be one of the most powerful ways of getting advice on how they should run their own business. So I think there's probably even more opportunity for Square to lean in that area. That's a great question. Thank you.
It's a really good question, because actually I think I love everything that you're saying, Lauren. I think just regardless of the size of the business, you know, we're all people. And so connecting to people in a really human, authentic and relevant way kind of really works. So I thought that was a really brilliant question. Thank you, Tiffany, for asking. Lauren, in terms of creativity, innovation and commerce, what can we expect from Square over the next year or so? And what do you think is going to be the future for the world of digital financing?
Yeah, so that's also a really good question. And I think I mentioned this before, but I would say, like, we really see our role at Square is just making complex things much easier. And so when I think about the future and what the future holds for the business community, I think that, you know, we're very focused on easing the omni-channel selling experience. So I think that's something that we see a lot of business owners struggling with. So they're selling online, they're selling in person, but then do they have an inventory management system that allows them to sort of sync both of those things and see all those things in one place? We want to focus on that. I would say in the restaurant industry, obviously delivery has saved many restaurants in the past year. But what's really complicated is if you've ever been in the kitchen of a restaurant, you can see that they probably have 4 or 5 tablets in their kitchen from all of their different delivery systems. And last year, Square built a kitchen display system that integrates orders from all of those various platforms, as well as what's happening in person. And these are some of the things that I think just, you know, make the lives of these business owners, like if you're in a really busy kitchen and you've got orders coming in from 5 different platforms and you have diners in person, it can be really hard to manage the timing of the delivery to make sure that you have all the food that people are ordering. And so those are the things I think that Square really focuses on, is like how do we make all those things easier on the back end? And then I would say, when you're running a business, like time is everything. And so we really try to make it as easy as possible. Like you can run your payroll from your point of sale. You're able to get a loan through your point of sale. You're able to do all of these things, send invoices, track in real time, like how your business is performing. And I think like we're trying to do all of that in the easiest way possible. And just a fun story, but I have 2 kids, and a couple of years ago, I went to my son, he's in 5th grade now, but he was in 3rd grade at the time. And we had all the 3rd graders create their own business and set up and sell items in our point of sale. And so just wanted to say, like, we really try to make it so easy that even 3rd graders can do it. And I think the next thing for us is really thinking about just like cohesion with partners, right? I mean, I think there's things that Square can provide, and we're really building out our API capabilities that allow developers and other platforms to really build on top of ours so that we're able to offer our larger businesses even more complex solutions to better meet their needs.
I'm just like blown away, Lauren, with all the great things that you guys are doing at Square, and also how simple you make technology seem. And I think you've actually hit the nail on the head, which is, businesses want to do business. They don't want to spend time having to sort out kind of their back office and their engine in order to do that. And I think where Square is going is absolutely kind of really fueling that growth for not only your business, but other businesses, which is absolutely key in this time. We started our conversation hearing a bit about you, Lauren. I'd love to ask you what you've personally learned over the last 12 to 18 months, and kind of what are those key learnings that you're going to take into next year?
Yeah. So much. I mean, I'm sure every marketer will say this, but last year was hard. There was no playbook. And I would say I learned a lot. Number one, I would say, is being at a mission-driven company during a difficult time was really, honestly, probably one of the hardest, but best experiences of my career. And so I'm so grateful that I have the opportunity to be at Square, where we really care about helping these business owners succeed. And I felt like I saw everyone come together, and it really, I would say, united the team in a way that I thought was just really amazing. And everybody had to pivot quickly. We had to accelerate things on our timeline. We had to get things into market and market them quickly. And I would just say overall, I was incredibly impressed with the way that we were able to really come together and say, what are we going to do to help our customers? Because when they succeed, we succeed, and we really want to help them succeed. And we knew that this would be a hard time for them. So I would say, like, that's probably something that I knew going into Square, is that I really wanted to work at a mission-driven company. And something that I've learned after the pandemic is that it actually, I think, is critical. And for me, is something that will always be a must-have. I would say, I think everyone had to kind of lean on their intuition last year. So I think I probably learned to trust myself a little bit more. I'm not going to lie. There was times where I didn't know what we should do and how we should handle what was about to come down. We had to make really big decisions really quickly. And I think overall, like we made a lot of good decisions last year. We definitely learned some things along the way, but I would say, like, I'm really proud of how Square showed up for our customers. And I think just continuing to remember why you're there and what you do, and put your customers first and foremost, is the best guiding light that you can have as a marketer and as a brand to figure out what you should do next.
That's really humbling to hear, Lauren. I love hearing all about it. I'm going to open the floor to the guys that have dialed in today. If you do have any questions, please put it in the Q&A, and we'll pose that to Lauren. If you've got any thoughts, questions, please do ask. Give it a couple of minutes. Just making sure that I can see them all. Okay, one here. Lauren, what ways is your brand working to stand out in the eye of the consumer? That's a really good question, because it is a competitive marketplace, right, Lauren? And yeah, it's a great question. Thank you.
Yeah, so it's a great question. And I think especially in our industry, that's gotten just like even more competitive over the last couple of years. And so I would say for us, there's probably a few things. So I think for us, like what's always been the backbone of what we do is really in our storytelling and how we tell stories. And so we are always sort of like putting, I think sharing what we want people to feel about our brand through our customers and through their stories. And I think that's something that I've seen Square always do and continue to do. We've seen other brands try to replicate that in some cases. And I think we do it more authentically because we've been doing it for a really long time. So that's one thing that we'll continue to do. One of the other things that we worked on last year, which is, we've got so many components of our business, was just creating a brand design system, which crazy enough, we never really had before. And so we really looked at all the things that are out there, and I'm really proud of the work that our team has done. I think just in terms of animation and styles that we want to use, and really trying to create a really unique look and feel for our brand that's consistent across a lot of things that we're doing. So I think those are probably two of the ways. And I think also just, we just keep trying new things, and we're always experimenting, and we're thinking about where people are showing up. I mean, this is, I think, part of what I consider my job, which is to really follow the trends of where consumers are spending time and how they're interacting with brands, and then finding ways for Square to really show up authentically in those places.
Thank you, Lauren. And I think the next question actually dovetails really nicely into that, which is, what is your favorite marketing campaign that you've worked on?
That's always a hard question, but I want to say, because it's
like choosing a child, right?
It is, and it's hard for me not to have recency bias. Like, I think like some of the new things that our team has coming out are some of the best things that I've seen. But I think I want to say that last year was the first year that we ever did a brand campaign. And so it was our first global brand campaign. We were supposed to do our first global brand campaign, and we ended up pulling it down 2 weeks before, because it was supposed to come out right when everything started to shut down with the pandemic. And what we ended up doing over the summer last year it was an audio story television campaign where we had our business owners just telling their stories of how they were making it through the pandemic. So again, I think when it comes down to like, how do you shoot a commercial when everyone's on lockdown? And we basically used like photo collage in a video asset, and it actually started as an organic social idea where we listed a 1-800 number on our social channels and said, like, we want to hear your stories, call us and tell us like how things have been going for you. And it was so overwhelming, the response. And we started as a really scrappy idea on social with just like a black and white picture of the business owner and a clip of them talking. And that actually ended up evolving into our first ever brand campaign. And we featured the stories of 6 Square merchants, and honestly, their stories were so incredible, and the resilience and strength that they showed. And so I think for me, that's probably one of my favorite campaigns, because I think we just gave them like a really broad stage to share their incredible story. And it was really inspiring, I think, for everybody, but most especially just the entire small business community.
I really love that. And you spoke a little earlier about some of the challenges and learnings that you've had over the last year and a half. What is one piece of advice that you would tell your younger self as a CMO now? One of my favorite questions, guys. So thank you for asking.
That's a good question. I think I would probably tell my younger self a few things. Number one is probably like to trust myself more. I think it took a while for me in my career. Like it can be really scary. And I think when you get to be a CMO, there isn't anybody else that's really calling the shots. So you have to really trust your intuition. But I would say like learning how to trust my intuition earlier on in my career is something that I would probably tell my younger self to do. And I think the other piece is just, and I tell this to people that are on my team now all the time, which is, it's not personal. And so when people are critiquing work or critiquing ideas, they're not critiquing you. They're just critiquing ideas. And I actually feel like as I've gotten older and more tenured in my career, I actually love hearing divergent perspectives. And I know that it makes us better and stronger. And so I probably would have told my younger self to listen a little bit more and to really hear what people were saying when they were disagreeing or having a divergent perspective. And I think today, those conversations are the ones that lead us to the best work and the best outcomes. And so it does require like a little bit of confidence and tough skin. But I would say, like, I see a lot of people taking that kind of feedback really personally. And I always say, it's never about you, it's about the work. And when you can listen objectively to what someone's saying, it will hands down make your work better. There's just no question about it.
I really like how you explain, Lauren, kind of the pivot and the change as you get more experience, as you get, I guess, more braver in your thinking. And I love that piece of advice around really listening to people, listening to diverse ideas and thoughts, and how that can influence getting to a better product. As a leader, you're always developing your abilities. What skills would you like your marketing team to develop in the next year?
That is a really good question. I think I would love for I don't know if it's a skill necessarily, but I'll say a trait that I look for is curiosity. And so I think that, like, the way that I think about things is that even when things are going well, there could always be another way or a different way. And so I would say I just would love to encourage people to be endlessly curious and to always be thinking about, like, this is going well, but could it be better? Could we do something in a different way? Like, if this has been working well for us for a while, should we change it up? Should we do something new? And so I think for me, it's really just encouraging people to not get complacent, even when I think when your business is in a winning position and things are going well, is that actually the best time to be able to take chances and to take risks. And so I would say I definitely would love to see my team continue to just, like, embrace their inner curiosity and take risks and try new things and not be scared of failing, because you're going to learn a lot in any opportunity that you try that doesn't go the way that you expect it to.
So you talked about trusting your gut, taking risks. We also spoke about being data-driven. And one of the questions that the audience has asked is around the types of data, insights, and research that you guys have. How do you ingest that to make better marketing decisions?
That's a great question. So thank you. These are great questions, everyone. Thank you so much for these great questions. So I would say on that one, there's a couple of different things. So I'll talk about insights first, and then we'll talk about data. But I would say on the insights front, I think last year in particular, like, we were talking to our customers all the time. We talked to them early on when things were just starting to shut down, to understand, like, how are they feeling? What are they thinking about? I think one of the things that we learned early on is that a lot of business owners weren't that concerned early on, and we didn't want to be alarmist in that. And so we really, I think, like, keep our ear to the ground, talking to our customers constantly, even now, right? We're getting into recovery. How are people feeling? What are you worried about? What are you excited about? How can we help? And so I would say we're definitely, like, always interacting and speaking to our customers. And we really use that to help set the tone for our overall strategy. Like, should our tone be serious? Should we be excited? Do we want to be optimistic? We don't want to be too optimistic if people have a lot of concerns. And so I would say, like, from an overall, like, we use a lot of insights to inform how people are feeling, what's most important to them. And that sets the stage for, like, our overarching strategy and the messaging and the tone. And then I would say on the data front, we are an incredibly data-driven organization. And so I think we have probably a best-in-class, incredible marketing analytics and marketing data engineer organization. And so we use data to really help us think about who are the customers that we want to target to help us optimize our campaigns. And I would say the big thing that I've focused on since I got to Square, so Square has always had an incredibly strong performance marketing engine, just a machine of a customer acquisition flywheel. And when I came to Square, that was going really well. But my hypothesis was that there were so many products and solutions that we offered business owners that they didn't know about, and that we could actually accelerate the pace of growth by increasing awareness. And so that's been a big area for focus of us. And I think we're now trying to think about how do we connect the dots between all of our different marketing strategies. And as we increase our spend on awareness, which we see as a more long-term investment strategy, we've done a lot with data, with our data science partners to develop machine learning models to help us with targeting. And that's actually made our performance marketing even more efficient. So we've been able to sort of increase spend, increase in more long-term things, but then optimize our lower funnel metrics, like to be even more precise. And that has enabled us to continue just to like scale our spend and invest more without losing too much efficiency. So we definitely, data is a huge component of how we do all of that.
And Lauren, you spoke about the rate of that, the pace of that change, right? And how that's happened at breakneck speed over the last 12 months, 18 months. So we talked about that challenge. What do you think is going to be the next challenge for you guys?
What did you say the first challenge was? Sorry.
So I was just saying that, you know, the challenge of the pandemic, right?
Yeah.
Pivoting and just the work rate for you and the team to pivot the business and support the smaller businesses that rely on your technology, right? And also expand the innovation and the technology to help those businesses, you know, grow in such challenging times. So coming out of the pandemic, what do you think is going to be the next challenge for you guys?
I mean, I would say for us, I think for a lot of business owners, what we're learning is that for them, like, it doesn't feel like the pandemic is over yet. You know, I think that they're still trying to figure things out. And so I think we'll continue to be looking for ways to really support them, as obviously the world is opening up again, but it's been a long time. And so I think people are really just starting to come out of that right now. And they still have concerns about whether they're going to be able to kind of keep their business up and running based on just like how difficult the past 18 months have been. So we'll continue to do what we've been doing, which is really educating them, helping them, and trying to just make sure that we're surfacing all the ways that we can help them do that. And then I think for us, the other big challenge as just a brand is that we're starting to really scale globally. And I think for us, like we just launched in Ireland a couple of weeks ago, and we're continuing to really expand globally. And that's going to be kind of just like, I think for us, will represent a new challenge and a new pace of growth. We have been in the markets that we've been in for a couple of years. I think our goal was really to make sure that we had great product market fit in all of those markets before we really started to accelerate. And I think for us now, we're at this really interesting point in time where we're really going to accelerate our global expansion plans. And I think that will really challenge us as a team to think about, how do we operate at that scale? How do we do things in a way that are really global in nature, that still sort of support the local nuances and authenticity of all the markets that we enter, but also maintain some level of brand consistency and create a global identity? And I think for us, like, that's going to be a really fun challenge that I'm looking forward to, but I know that it's going to be hard just to kind of figure, even just going into Ireland this year, we learned a ton about global expansion, how far in advance we need resources to be helping us set those things up. I think we learned that we were incredibly under-resourced. I think just like working backwards in terms of what we needed to stand up a new market. And so I think that's the big thing for us that's really coming next in terms of what will that challenge be.
And that's a great challenge to have, right, Lauren? It's
yes,
great,
yes.
right?
Super excited about that.
Yeah, absolutely. I'd love to just say thank you to everyone that's joined us today. These were really great questions and really built upon, you know, Lauren's strong narrative around Square and everything it's doing to enable small businesses to really thrive. Lauren, thank you so much for joining us today. It's been such a pleasure to host the conversation. And it's been really wonderful to witness that phenomenal growth of Square. And I, for one, will absolutely continue to look out for all of your future success as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Debbie. And thank you to Brand Innovators for hosting this conversation today. And thank you to everyone that joined in for your incredibly thoughtful questions, really great questions. This was really fun. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Debbie and Lauren, for joining. That was such an incredible conversation. Everything you talked about was super timely and it's so valuable. So we cannot thank you enough. And we hope that you come back onto the stage soon. Have a great weekend. And with that, I will introduce the next session coming onto the stage. We have, if you can believe it, another incredible list of speakers coming. We have Joel Yashinsky, the Chief Marketing Officer at Applebee's. The session will be moderated by Brian Quinn, the U.S. Vice President and General Manager at AppsFlyer. So while we get them settled, Debbie and Lauren, I'm sure you'll be demoted soon. Welcome, Joel. Welcome, Brian.
Hello,
and
hello.
Goodbye, Debbie and Lauren. Hello.
How is everybody?
Doing well. How are you?
Hi, Joel. Good to see you.
Same here, Brian. Thank you. Great to be here.
I just stepped off my the yacht I was on, and now I'm here on the sandy shores of Cannes to chat with you here.
I'm just recuperating from my third night at the Gutter Bar, and so glad to be joining you.
But we have one benefit of no jet lag on the way home, so at least there's some pros to these virtual events at this stage.
Absolutely.
Well, thank you so much for making time. I'm super excited to talk with you again. It's an incredibly interesting time to be in your business as the world comes out of this pandemic. So I'm really eager to jump in and hear from you around how you're innovating at Applebee's over the pandemic and what's in store for us and your guests coming up. But I would love to maybe start by talking a little bit about yourself and your career and have the audience get to know you a little bit. You've had a tremendous run of success at McDonald's prior to coming into Applebee's about 3 years ago. And I thought it might be great for the audience to hear a little bit about your approach coming into Applebee's after that time at McDonald's. Any key insights and learnings that you were able to bring the business to set the stage, and then we can dive into all the more timely stuff if that works for you.
That sounds great, Brian. Happy to provide a little bit of background. Came into McDonald's back in 1998 and spent 18 terrific years with obviously one of the world's most well-known brands, and had a great experience getting to know the restaurant industry, working with franchisees, and certainly developing the marketing skill set that continued to evolve during that time period that I think is setting us up for what's to come in the future, and also help provide a really great background and balance for my experience in coming into Applebee's. And so that 18 years at McDonald's, spent time in the field, spent time as the CMO of Canada, came back to the US in 2014 and led our brand and content, which was really managing all of the creative elements to the McDonald's business and really getting a strong brand communication focus. And then, the opportunity came about to become CMO of Applebee's. And it's been an incredible experience joining a terrific team that is focused on reestablishing the Applebee's brand as the stalwart and the really the strength of the casual dining category, with great franchisees, great team members, great leadership. And it's been a phenomenal 3 years that obviously, or a little over 3 years, have been impacted by one of those things you couldn't see coming around the corner, obviously, and that was the pandemic. And what an amazing experience it's been. And I think it's made me a better marketer, a better understanding of what you need to do in an environment that you don't expect, and how an organization can regroup from something so significant and really be able to come out of it on the other side in a way that has us extremely excited, great opportunities and potential. And I think it helped us also expand our efforts to provide guests what they're looking for and what they need, and move it forward in a faster mode that will allow us to succeed in the long term. So from a brand communication standpoint, from a digital transformation standpoint, from a technology standpoint, all of those things coming together to help us get through an incredibly hard 18 months. But that leads us to a point where we're extremely excited. I mean, we are thoroughly excited about where we're going to go in the future, and only positive things are ahead for us.
I'm also excited as I've learned, what you guys have been working on. So maybe give us a kind of overview of Applebee's and the business in general, and how are things going? And what were the last 18 months like of innovation and listening to your guests and preparing for this stage, if you could give us a sense of this?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's been the key for us, is really understanding how to meet the guest needs in an expedited fashion. I think that's what the pandemic really led us towards, is understanding that, because everything shifted on a dime in March of 2020. Our business in January, February of last year was very strong and healthy. The pandemic came obviously very quickly. Certainly from the last 2 weeks of March and the month of April, there were a lot of questions out there for all of us to deal with. As we came out through understanding that there were lights at the end of the tunnel that we had to work ourselves through, it was really about being agile and really about developing some of our skill sets that we hadn't put into full force. And so between our push towards off-premise business and making sure that we were providing guests the right experience for to-go, for delivery, that was critically important, because compared to McDonald's, which was 75% drive-through, Applebee's was 12, 15% off-premise, meaning to go and delivery. So if we were going to survive, we had to leverage that element of the business, the off-premise business, in a way that would make it easy for our guests. And so it was all about, how did we make that experience more seamless? How do we bring technology into play to help with the ordering process, help with our restaurants, help with the working with the delivery service providers? And we went from again 12, 15% off premise for a couple of months, almost 100% off premise. Wow. Things started to open up last summer, and then it was trying to find that right balance. And then again, when the restaurants began to open up, we had digital menus to create. We hadn't used QR code menus in the past. So all of those elements were really critical for us to bring forward in a quick manner, while also building the trust of the safety factors that we were putting into place to build that trust factor even greater with our guests. Yeah. So everything got expedited. It helped us to become more nimble and more agile, as I mentioned, and it has served us well to be able to survive through the worst parts of the pandemic, and now coming out on the other side, finding that right balance to continue the off-premise business in a more significant manner, which is, really still above 30%, but also obviously welcoming guests back into our restaurants with that great experience that they expect from Applebee's.
Yeah, it's excellent. I hear agility. I hear like listening to the guests and the consumers as sort of really sort of North Stars here in the strategy. You've mentioned, off premise, and, I think you said, pre-pandemic, you were sort of 12 to 15% off premise. That shot up to almost 100%. It'll find an equilibrium. Tell me about, if I understand, Flyby is the brand and the app that you're using to create this experience for off premise for your guests. So could you dive into this a bit, understand the strategy, how you sort of organizationally got to deliver something like this in this time period, and maybe sort of how you envision the guests of Applebee's who've known and loved the on-premise experience over these years, and how you're sort of working this new kind of digital vehicle into that into this experience in general.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those key elements for us in terms of making that seamless connection for our guests, or making it as easy as possible, but also having a benefit for our restaurants and our restaurant teams. So Flyby, again, was one of those elements that came about from the pandemic, again, across the organization. And, it was all hands on deck. And I will say that was one of the highlights of getting through the pandemic, was the leadership from our brand president, John Sywinski, to the rest of the teams working together, whether it was operations, culinary, technology, public relations. Everybody was all hands on deck to bring this forward. Flyby came about as we recognized the need to, how do we make that experience at the restaurant for to go and for our delivery service providers easier. And so Flyby allows us to track, when the guests make that order and when they get into the lot to pick up the orders from our restaurants. It allows our restaurants to better manage the order and sequence of orders that are coming out and how they get prepared for delivery. It gives a faster transition to providing the food directly to the guests in their cars, allowing us to make it faster, keep the food hotter. So the benefits were many, and Flyby allowed us to make sure we were able to know when the guests were arriving, elevating the experience for them, but also enhancing the experience and management of the restaurant operations for our crew team members. And so it had a lot of benefits for us, and it was one of those elements that was really critical and has been really helpful for us, providing a better experience for our guests. And again, building that trust bank, providing a better experience, providing hotter food has all been, again, paying off for us, and Flyby was a key part of that.
I can imagine in such an established brand like Applebee's having to think and be so agile internally to launch something like this in a pandemic. Where does this fit into the strategy moving forward? I presume this will remain as an asset and a property in the future.
Absolutely. And I think all of this works itself together in terms of how we build the business across all of the platforms and all of the opportunities and channels. So to go, delivery, in restaurant, how do we communicate that from a brand communication standpoint has also been a big part of what we do. So ensuring that we were telling, and we are currently telling guests or informing them, if you prefer Applebee's to go, we're going to make that experience better for you. If you prefer delivery, we have that experience for you as well. And obviously now as restaurants are opening up again and the restaurants are losing all of the regulations that were in place in terms of the quantity and the size of the restaurant capacity issues, has allowed us to again provide that great Applebee's experience. So now using those three areas and making sure that we're communicating them equally is critically important. And so that's one of the key learnings we've also had, is to make sure that we continue to communicate across all channels, but then in the right channels, what is best for the guest in terms of as we deliver our CRM efforts, how do we make sure we know how our guests are using our restaurants the way they prefer and communicating that to them directly where we can.
Yeah, it's exciting just from personal experience, starting to eat out, again, and seeing all the different changes and services and brands out there that have sort of been born during this time. And then to learn a little bit about behind the scenes, some of those, brands that we're seeing virtually are actually parts of very established, companies. And there's, a question I wanted to ask you around, there's a lot of buzz around, ghost kitchens or virtual kitchens. And I'd love to understand, is Applebee's doing anything on that front? What does that mean to sort of your guests and your business?
Yeah, it's a great question, Brian. It's an important one because, again, more channels for us to build our business, to build our connection to our guests. So, we have virtual brands, which we have some efforts going forward in that. And then we have the ghost kitchens. And the ghost kitchens are really just the opportunity to provide the Applebee's experience for guests in areas where they may not have the locations close by, so that we can build these kitchens with minimal overhead and be able to provide the Applebee's food that guests love. And then obviously work with the delivery service providers to provide Applebee's food in certain areas of the country that we have some opportunities for penetration. And so that's been, a great learning for us in terms of some opportunities to continue to grow the brand because of the growth in the off-premise business. And so we're leveraging ghost kitchens. We're testing them out currently to see what kind of business they can help provide for us for now and into the future. And so we see that as one of the key opportunities, as well as virtual brands, which we've started to work on and have had some really great learnings and some success with. And we think that as well, which is sort of an off brand that isn't really directly tied to Applebee's, it's focused on a certain category of the menu that we see as a potential channel as well.
Yeah. Maybe a question from a brand perspective, as you launch these new innovation and services, how do you think through tying the Applebee's name to a brand that you're launching versus a completely something separate? How is that thought through?
Well, it's a great question. It's an important one. It's actually one of the things that we're trying to learn best about. So we've launched a brand called Cosmic Wings, which is focusing really on the wings business and wings flavors. And we have some menu items that are specific to Cosmic Wings that we don't have in our Applebee's restaurants. That element of Cosmic Wings, though, is a great learning for us to determine what other types of virtual brands we may bring in, or it's going to help inform us in terms of products we should bring into our restaurants down the road. And so virtual brands we see as an opportunity to really understand, again, some of the key requests the guests have in terms of certain menu items or categories. And so we're working through how that obviously impacts our restaurants and operations, but we do see the opportunity to target with specific food items, specific guests and their requests and requirements that they're looking for from a menu standpoint. And so again, early on in this area, but a lot of great learnings to be had and a great opportunity just to allow our brand to connect with guests in a different manner.
And so it sounds, like the Cosmic Wings brand that you're talking about, which was launched here, it gives you an ability to sort of learn and make modifications and better understand potentially new guests and new audiences without the sort of risk of, changing or risking what the Applebee's brand has brought the guest experience. Is that fair to say?
I think that is fair to say. I think it's good for us to learn. We know that Applebee's stands for something specific, and that is, the grill and bar type of menu. We do believe that there is ways for us to be able to expand that in terms of what it should be, but testing out some virtual brands helps us get an understanding of what guests are looking for today. The other benefit to virtual brands is again, when you look at the delivery guest, there's a bit of a younger demo, there's a specific demo that helps us to target, the food that they're looking for, while also providing us some insights in terms of what could come onto our menu down the road.
Yeah. We're talking about, often like the guest experience here are these different services, virtual kitchens, ghost kitchens, virtual brands. Organizationally, I mean, it must be pretty fascinating, fairly disruptive, sometimes uncomfortable for such a brand that pre-pandemic sort of knew itself, the world knew it. There's and then you go through this period, which obviously is transformative for everyone. But here you are now coming out of that in some fashion. Some things will stay, some things will go. You had to adopt sort of a very agile mindset, a lot of innovation. It was all hands on deck for a given app strategy, which probably would have been hard to do, pre-pandemic. So, I'd love to hear sort of, an executive running the marketing function at a big band like this, like what organizationally has changed? Like how has the organization, what if I was on your team and doing, some aspects of marketing here, how would I have learned and grown, inside the business?
For me personally, I think the pandemic for all its, terrible impact on the world, from a professional standpoint, it's provided us stretching our muscles and testing new muscles that we didn't have before for the business standpoint. And there will be that benefit coming out of this, is that we learned to move fast. We learned to move with muscles we hadn't used before. We dialed up a lot of our technology efforts that were coming on board that we've recognized are important. We had to expedite some of those. And so from all of the horribleness of the pandemic, it provided us that we learned how we can move faster and develop some of the skills we didn't necessarily have immediate needs for. So that I think the marketers on the team have learned how to really adapt, grow, and build some functionality in our marketing abilities in a way that we didn't know could be done as quickly as it was. And so I think coming out of this, it provides us some knowledge that, one, testing, making things happen fast. Obviously, sort of that fast fail type of approach was something that came through with this, that pushed us in ways that I think make us feel comfortable moving forward with new ideas and directions and testing of potential thoughts. Makes us more comfortable in that. And so I think that's a positive moving forward, and being able to just manage through such a dramatic impact to the business. It does make you stronger in a sense.
Yeah, very exciting. I'd like to switch a bit and talk about the technology that's enabling all of this innovation. I also want to encourage our audience here to submit questions in the Q&A, and therefore I can relay them to Joel. So please feel free. But Joel, so from a technology perspective, you touched us in a couple of different times, but maybe I'll ask you this: digital transformation is a word that's used in all kinds of contexts. It probably has a unique definition for anyone who answers it. But I will ask you, to Applebee's, what does that mean? What does that mean to you?
From my perspective, it's an element of the business that can help in a number of areas that can really increase the business results at the end of the day. And so how do we take guest data and understanding, their information and that they're willing to share with us, that will allow us to better connect with them in terms of, their order history, in terms of what their preferences are, in terms of what they're looking for from Applebee's and new product development. That type of information helps us make fewer mistakes. So from a data standpoint, I think digital transformation includes obviously how you use that data to make the right decisions on behalf of your guests. The other element is then how do you make the guest experience better? And so utilizing technology in ways that will allow for them to be more connected to your brand, to build loyalty with your brand. That doesn't necessarily require rewards, but requires you to make sure you're doing everything that makes their experience better. And to me, it's how you leverage that type of technology that will allow you to be better with what you do for your guests. Now you have to be careful. There's a lot of shiny metal objects out there, right? There's a lot of cool sounding ideas that you can spend a lot of money on in different products and platforms. And you've got to make sure you weed through those as best you can. And then you try some out and you figure out where to best put the resources you have and how you allocate those resources in a way that will bring that transformation forward in a way that at the end of the day makes the experience better for your guests, helps improve your restaurant operations, and helps make your media spend more effective as well. And so that you're just being as smart as you can with the tools that are out there. And there's a lot of great tools that we are using and continuing to identify to help us make that transformation more impactful for the business, but most importantly, more impactful for our guests.
Yes. Yeah, you mentioned data a couple of times, both, and I think in the context of, making more efficient services and a better customer experience and guest experience. I also, hear that, that's how you're listening to your guests as well. And so, one thing, a big topic in the mobile and the web space right now is data and privacy and consumer privacy and the governance of that data in a brand like Applebee's. So how do you think about, as you progress down digital transformation efforts and you bring these new experiences and you launch new apps, and if you bring more technology to the guest experience, there for many guests, maybe who've been Applebee customers for a long time, there's a new element here of sharing information or, and you have this great brand and a lot of trust. And how do you sort of maintain this in an era where consumer privacy is more in the conscious of the everyday restaurant goer? How do you think about this?
I think about it personally a lot because I think it's critically important. And I think that we have a responsibility to be completely transparent about the data that's captured and making sure that we're getting the guest permission to use that data to help inform us to better their experience. And to me, we have to be very careful when it comes to this. I think, you know, we're learning lessons along the way, but to me, it all boils down to being transparent so that you're seen as authentic. And that if, you know, if there's, you really have to make sure you know what you're doing and understand the implications of that. And to me, that's the one of the key requirements I have when talking with our agencies is, you know, how are we making sure that, and you know, that's the role of the CMO, is to make sure that they're being very careful and judicious about how that information is used in a way that is transparent and authentic. And you know, there's I spend probably you know a good amount of time thinking about that and those implications, because you know, I, as a consumer myself, you know, I want to know, I trust the brands that are most careful with my information and data, and I only, you know, want to share with the ones that I do trust and that they'll serve me well. And if I find a brand that doesn't do that, that's where you lose that brand trust. And that's, we've got to be very careful, because we don't want to ever have that happen.
Yeah. Yeah, we see. It's good to hear. I get the opportunity to talk to marketers across a variety of different categories, from e-commerce to banks to restaurants to games, and very quickly, the rate of change in mobile, in web, on the internet as a whole is extraordinary right now. You know, and I think, you know, regulation that's already here, like GDPR and CCPA regulation, that's certainly coming, driven a lot by EU and US, platform change led by Apple, and Google is going to be making some big changes here. Clearly, I'm seeing a different type of conversation amongst senior marketers, and not just marketers, technologists, you know, operators of all these businesses, particularly ones that have a lot of brand equity and brand value and have built businesses on trust. Because like you said, you know, consumers are more willing to share their information with great brands, especially ones that they trust, and especially when they understand the value exchange, right? And I think the great brands are the ones that really have the opportunity to win in all of this changing landscape. But there's a lot of work to do. There's a lot of work to do to sort of educate consumers and guests around this, and particularly in businesses where that wasn't really a main thing, you know, years back. You know, if I could presume, being in your shoes, like, you're in the casual restaurant business, educating consumers on how we're using their data is not maybe top of the list, and all of a sudden it is, and it's really going to drive your new consumers, especially with these new services. So it's interesting to hear you think about this both personally and professionally. But I do think that great brands really here have the opportunity to lead in this next kind of era. And how they think about consumer data and privacy is most important.
And Brian, you captured it right with the value exchange. I mean, there needs to be that exchange of communication and information with your guests, and showing the value that you will provide them with the information that they provide and trust with you. But having that relationship and educating the guest or the consumer is critically important. And so, you know, I think as we all learn along the ways, I mean, we've seen certain brands have significant challenges over the last few years with some of the situations they've been involved with. And, you know, maybe it was, you know, all, you know, assume innocence, but you've got to be really careful, because that trust is critical, and the average everyday person is becoming more engaged and understanding of what it means and how it is working, and that's a good thing.
Yeah. And I think this is another area when you launch these different services on different brand names, whether they be ghost kitchens or new apps for off-premise or completely virtual brands, it gives you the opportunity to have that value exchange conversation in a different context, in a different setting, right? So, you know, the person who's been coming into an Applebee's for the last decade and only knows you from an on-premise experience and has no digital touch to you, it's a very different conversation and learning than someone who's now interacting with Cosmic Wings, no understanding that's even part of the Applebee's family, has never set foot in an Applebee's. And that value exchange is an awesome opportunity to learn different audiences, different preferences, and calculate it all together. So I think it's a pretty exciting array of assets and strategies you have to sort of undertake this learning.
Yeah, absolutely. And it is a learning, and we continue to get smarter along the way and learn again what is best for the guest at the end of the day, and making sure that they're informed. An informed guest or consumer is the type of one you want to be working with and have in your fan base.
Yes, exactly. We had a question come in here. Kathleen Goldman asks, what is Applebee's doing in regard to corporate social responsibility, your CSR efforts? And how is this impacting your marketing?
That's a great question. I mean, again, as we talk about trust with our guests, that is an important element of any brand. And there's no question that the data and information that guests want to work with brands that are known for doing good, known for doing business the right way is critically important. So again, that is always at the top of mind in terms of the decisions we make and the approach that we take. And we're always looking at where we can get better. Certainly there's always the opportunities for growth and development. And we again believe that in order to build that trust bank with our guests, doing that corporate social responsibility across all areas of the business is critically important. So it's a big focus of ours from an overall brand standpoint, from a business standpoint.
Joel, we touch on a lot of topics here: CSR, the technology and the transformation, all different brands during the pandemic, how your organization has learned and tested themselves and given this confidence in how to be agile. What else is on your mind? What do you think about? What will you be thinking about over in the coming years to grow the brand?
It's all about, what does the guest want? And so how do we make sure we really understand the nuances of guest decision and guest choice? And again, I think to that last question, it goes to making sure you're a brand that people feel good about investing their hard-earned money in. And Applebee's is really proud to have a 41-year history of making sure that we were, a part of the communities in which we serve. Our franchise organizations do a phenomenal job of what we call doing good in the neighborhood, where they are very involved in the day-to-day aspects of their communities that they serve. It's so heartwarming to see all of those elements. And so how do we propagate those further and make sure, we're sharing the good news stories that are out there from Applebee's. And every day there's something I hear about what's going on in our restaurants that is really great. And so it's really a matter of making sure our menu is what our guests are looking for, our beverages are what our guests are looking for, the experience in our restaurants and off premise is what they're looking for. And that's where the day is spent. It's really making sure that we're focused on the items that our guests are wanting from us, and that we're delivering that to them, and building that relationship for the long term.
Yeah. And as guests ourselves, as consumers, as people who come into restaurants and start seeing restaurants become more crowded and the buzz and getting back to that, anything that your guests or restaurant goers in general should expect either from the industry or from Applebee's? What should we be thinking about?
Well, I think it's really about how do we create that experience that is true to what our guests want, and making sure that they're sharing with us what they want. We're the ones that need to be listening. We're the ones that need to really understand where it's going. And the marketing team that works with me at Applebee's is one that I'm just truly proud of. They're always putting the guests at the top of mind. They're always thinking through elements of decisions we make that impact the guest experience, the restaurant experience, but also how the brand is viewed. And we're making great progress. And again, I think we're going to continue to learn with what the guests share with us in terms of just being able to provide that experience, that menu item, And you know, at the end of the day, even though we have a significant portion of our business off premise today, the restaurant experience is never going to go away. I mean, we're seeing it, the pent up demand that we're seeing come out of the pandemic is really a sign of how important it is to go to a restaurant, to get a break for an hour, hour and 15 minutes, to enjoy a bourbon steak, chicken and shrimp and a cold beer. It's part of the fabric of our country, and Applebee's is, you know, I'm proud to say, right there with it. And so we're really always focused on how do we continue to create that desire to visit our restaurants and have that experience.
It's amazing. It's just one of many, many things that we so took for granted, didn't we, before this pandemic, that I can go down to a local Applebee's and get that meal and get that break, and how much has gone into it, from the staff and the labor to the brand trust and the health, and just so much that goes into these businesses that for 41 years you guys have built this trust. And it's really incredible. And then from a marketing and a technology perspective, to see like how in such a short period of time you could grow and innovate to be a very different business, and only add to the brand and the growth, and be a cornerstone of sort of the country and the recovery. So it's a tremendous opportunity and seat that you're in, and really excited here to get to know you a little bit more and have you share your perspective of the brand and yourself with the team. So just want to take the moment to thank you. And next year, hopefully we can do it on the beaches of southern France. But it's been a lot of fun, and I do really appreciate the conversation, Joel.
No, Brian, thank you. I've enjoyed the conversation with you. We're you know, as you mentioned, I can think back to the first restaurant I went to and sat outside, and I can think back to my first visit into an Applebee's and sitting inside. And it's just been a phenomenally challenging year, but it's also one that, as we come out of this pandemic, we're really certainly excited to welcome guests back into our restaurants. And so I've appreciated the opportunity to talk about all that we've been doing and are planning to do into the future with you. So thank you for that. And thank you to Brand Innovators, which is a great organization that has been putting on meetings for a number of years and provides great insights and access to marketers across the country, which I've always found really helpful. So thank you for having me.
Thank you so much. I'm taking over for the second half of emceeing from the Brand Innovators team. So I so appreciate the kind words, and as do all of our team. And we really appreciate you both being here today. And I echo your words. Hopefully next year we can be in person in France, because I know we're all eager to get back there. But in the meantime, it was great to still get to connect and hear from you on our virtual stage. So hope to have you again soon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks so much. Well, hello to everyone at home. My name's Emily Agate. I'm one of the directors of content and community at Brand Innovators, and excited to serve as the MC for the second half of today's program for our Brand Innovators at Cannes virtual event. We're really excited to have our next panelist join us. So we'll be hearing from Everett Taylor, the CMO at Artsy, and Amanda Shepley, the client and agency partnerships and programmatic lead from Outfront Media. So they'll be joining us next, and just want to welcome them to the stage. Looks like Everett's coming on shortly. Hi, how are you?
Hey, how's it going, Emily?
I'm great. So glad to have you here.
Yeah, it's great to be here.
Great. Well, I'll hand it over to Amanda to take it over, and I'll pop back in at the end, but enjoy.
Thanks, Emily.
How's it going, Amanda?
Hey there. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. It's been a good week.
Good. I like to hear that. The weather has been nice here, so that always makes things positive in New York City. You know how obsessed we are with the weather, but I hope that Brand Innovators isn't too upset that we aren't using their virtual background, but we both have beautiful art, so we wanted to kind of show it off. So I hope we don't get our hands slapped for this one, but you can blame it on me. You can blame it on me.
It's all Amanda.
So to kick things off, definitely want to thank our friends at Brand Innovators for hosting us today, and to thank everybody for listening in. We're really excited to be here. Everett, good to see you again, and especially good to see you because I think we're celebrating something today, aren't we?
Are we?
Are we?
Are we? Oh, my birthday? That was yesterday.
It's your birthday!
Yesterday. I'm not, thank you. I appreciate it. I'm not a big birthday guy, but I really.
Well, we'll toast you. I wish it was rosé, but it's not. Almost equally as French. It's Le Croix, darling.
Always a good choice.
Yeah. So glad to be here, excited. Really, I'm excited to be here chatting with you today for a couple of reasons. First, as I mentioned, my husband and I kind of fancy ourselves aspiring art collectors. We're a huge fan of your platform. And in fact, this Charlotte Keats painting that's hanging over my shoulder is listed on your platform as sold.
Awesome.
We love her work and the Arusha Gallery. So happy that you brought that into our lives. And then second, this is a CANNES event, and we all know that CANNES is truly a celebration of everything art and creativity. So I really can't think of a better subject matter expert than yourself. So excited to dig in with this conversation with you, and tell all of our listeners all the great stuff that's going on with your platform. So without further ado, if you can just start by telling us a little bit about yourself, your role at Artsy, your impressive entrepreneurial background, and lastly, where we're talking to you from, because unfortunately for everybody, it's not the French Riviera.
To everyone that doesn't know me, my name is Everett Taylor. I am Chief Marketing Officer at Artsy. Artsy is the world's largest marketplace for discovering, buying, and selling art. As far as my role, I oversee the marketing function, obviously, at Artsy, but I definitely play a hand cross-functionally throughout the organization. I always have an opinion on something. So, they deal with me there at Artsy. As far as entrepreneurial, I started my first company at 19. So I started my first company, Easy Events, at 19. I sold that a couple of years later at the age of 21. Tried to go back to college, realized I really wanted to take on the entrepreneurial world and the tech world. So I dropped out, moved to Silicon Valley. And since then, over the past decade, have been able to build some decent companies in the entrepreneurial space and done somewhat well for myself under the umbrella of ET Enterprises. So that's been amazing. I've been able to kind of jump in between passion projects and interests, taking different CMO and marketing roles throughout, my entrepreneurial journey as well. And Artsy was just like the perfect fit, like to be able to wake up every day and work on something that I'm passionate about and, help so many people across the board, from artists to small businesses and galleries to collectors. It's something that really motivates me to come into work and give it my all every day. So I feel very, very blessed to be at Artsy. And to answer your last question, I'm in New York, in my home office. Our offices in New York are open now. I'm not too far, but it's a beautiful office, but I'm at home today in my home office.
Yeah, everybody's just been meeting each other in our living rooms for the past year and a half. So I too am in our satellite Brooklyn office for Outfront. But I love having you in my living room. I do love getting to know people a little bit more intimately this way and being able to see kind of what's going on in their home space. And it's been a positive that's kind of come out of this very difficult situation where I feel like some walls are kind of come down and we're really kind of getting together and getting to know each other in each other's living room. So I'm glad to be joining with you in your home office as well.
Yeah, thank you.
So you told us a little bit about the platform. So I had the pleasure of meeting you for the first time last week as we were prepping for this conversation, but our brands are really no strangers to each other. My company Outfront has been working with Artsy for the past year and a half as the exclusive content partner of our Moments in Culture series. These digital art exhibitions, they run for 4 weeks on our digital out-of-home screens in major markets throughout the country and showcase artists and their work curated around collective cultural themes. Two of the most recent being Portrayals of Black Joy by Today's Emerging Artists, and that was in celebration of Black History Month this past February. And currently we're running Expressions of Pride in support of Pride Month, which is going on right now. So what does this partnership mean to Artsy, and how does it help serve your community of artists and collectors?
Yeah, that's a great question. And Outfront Media has been an incredible partner throughout. One of the things that's really important to me as a marketer, and I think it's very important to the company, is that art is something that is very special, and it can be a way to really bring people together, but also grow awareness for so many important causes and things that are happening around the world. And I'm not caught up in art just for selling art and making $1. I think it's so important to always keep in mind and what's happening in the greater world around us. And I think this partnership has allowed us to do several things, really. Number one, something that's really important is accessibility, right? Accessibility to art, for people to be able to discover new art and discover new artists and be introduced to art. I talk a lot about how my first introduction into art was the street art that I would see in the city of Richmond. And I love the fact that we're bringing art to so many people, not just collectors, but people all around the city as they're commuting, being able to serve them these beautiful images and potentially inspire them through this campaign, which I think is really beautiful. I think number two is, like I said, giving a platform to these very important causes, whether it's Black History Month, whether it's Pride, whether it's to support the AAPI community. All of these things are extremely important, and given a platform is super important to this as well. And number three, I would say, is providing visibility to so many incredible artists, which also, supports their careers, and also the galleries and the small businesses that represent them. And, a lot of the artists that we've picked are from, in some of our New York campaigns are actually New York-based artists, or artists that are represented by New York galleries. So to be able to stimulate their businesses through this campaign, I think is a very beautiful thing as well. And then lastly, I would say, just helping people who are interested in buying art discover new artists, and giving some of these artists a new platform, really focused and honed in, and making sure that we're not picking your blue chip Basquiat artists that everyone knows about, but artists that could really use that extra visibility. So I think it comes together so beautifully in a sense of, being able to do something that's not economically driven, and really all about providing a platform for important causes as well as others.
Yeah, that very well said. And we feel the same at Outfront. We too have a purpose, and our purpose is making people, places, and businesses grow stronger. And we believe that providing this type of surprise and delight and entertainment and exposure to the people that are passing by our screens throughout their daily journey is a moment of reflection, and it's an opportunity to kind of touch somebody in a way that's outside of just advertising, like seeing an ad for Coke that you've seen on a TV screen and on your iPhone and while you're listening to a podcast. So having those moments of reflection and engagement and meaningful connection with people is something that we strive to do through our media channel as well. So having a partnership with you, and then working so closely with you to curate around very cultural and topical themes has been very meaningful to us. And lastly, again, the exposure. I think that one of the things that we know so much about our medium is how important location is and how important contextual relevance is. And when you're talking about really celebrating the artists that are within the community where these messages are being broadcast, it's so powerful, and it makes such a powerful message, and it gets exposure. And then again, just creating that kind of connection, that community message. So we truly value your partnership just as much as it sounds like you value ours. So I hope that we can continue to showcase your artists, showcase your platform, showcase your galleries, and really just bring the art world to people's everyday life as they're going through their commute, or walking to their work, or dropping their kid off at school. So we thank you for that partnership as well.
Yeah, it's all about inspiring people on an everyday basis, and and bringing these very, very important things that are happening around the world, and maybe art being able to shift someone's thinking, or like the Pride campaign. These quotes are so amazing with the artworks, right? And it's so engaging. And I think that's what's so beautiful in the power of art and the power of out of home marketing. It's just that emotional connection that you can really build with a brand or whatever it is that you're trying to promote or give a platform to. And that's what's been so special about this particular partnership.
Yeah, well, thank you for that. So when we spoke last week, we talked a lot about the growing importance of and focus on purpose throughout society. And I think that we all have seen that over the past year and a half, especially with everything that's been going on, whether it was, health related, political related, social justice related. So just understanding the importance and the focus on purpose. And the themes that we've just discussed around Black joy and the expression of pride, those are certainly great examples of the inherent purpose-driven nature of art. So what is Artsy's purpose, and how do you express that on your platform and to your community?
Yeah, I think there's so many things that we're trying to do and we're trying to accomplish. I think one of the things that comes first to mind is just democratization, accessibility. When you're talking about like social justice, for instance, we've committed to changing our algorithms to make sure that artists of color and Black artists and artists from non-traditional backgrounds are being elevated within our recommendation algorithms and things like that. So it's not just the same white male blue chip artists that a lot of people are seeing. Like, I think it's so important on both sides to really provide a platform where people can feel like they're discovering all different types of artists and that they're able to actually buy the works and the artworks that they want. The art world can be very intimidating for a lot of people. I know it was very intimidating for me as I entered into this space. And so we want to create a space that's very inviting, that people feel comfortable, that people feel that this is a space which, anybody can be in, no matter how much money you have, no matter what your social background may be. I think democratization is really, really important to us, and accessibility is very, very important in a world that has been historically very opaque and kind of hard to crack into, and so I love to hear about stories about, someone who may be an aspiring collector, but was able to find beautiful artworks for their living room in their home on Artsy, and they didn't necessarily have to go through maybe the intimidation that it may be to, approach a gallery or step into a gallery and talk to someone. And so that ability to really democratize and make the world accessible, I think, is really at the forefront of our purpose. I think secondly is transparency and seamlessness. Like, one of the things that I spoke about is, before joining Artsy, is that our gallery was the only place of commerce that I've ever been that you don't know what the prices are, right? You walk in, and even if you ask what the prices are, they may not even tell you what the prices are, right? And so to be able to give that level of transparency, to have visible pricing, to be able to actually buy works because it's available and not have to worry about, hey, I only want to sell to this type of person, those things I think is really, really important for us. And then on the other side is the seamless nature of our technology and the innovation that we're having, where, buying art traditionally is a pretty tedious process, going back and forth with the gallery, invoicing, et cetera, to be able to buy art at a click of a button and just putting your credit card in. And I think that's such a beautiful thing. For something that may have taken a few days going back and forth can be done within seconds at Artsy. Continuing to innovate on that side is very important. I think there's two more things. It's being able to inspire more people with art every day. I think that's what's so cool about our Outfront partnership is that we're inspiring people with art on a daily basis, whether it's out of home or the artworks that you have on your home that you're buying from Artsy. Being able to inspire people every day through art and inspire them to support more artists and support more businesses, I think is a very beautiful thing. And then the last side is like our purpose is really to support and champion artists, right? And to provide, being able to put food on their table and support them and actually make a living wage from art, and then support a lot of the small businesses that are supporting them that really need that extra visibility, that extra lead generation, those extra sales. I think is really our purpose here at Artsy on the B2C side and the B2B side.
Yeah, well said. The other thing that you mentioned when we spoke was Artsy being that you've just kind of stumbled on the greenest way to buy art. So I think that goes hand in hand with streamlining processes and, again, additional exposure and all that stuff, and where you're not having to leave a carbon footprint by traveling far to a gallery or going to an auction or whatever. So it has been like an unintended positive consequence that you guys are the greenest way to buy art, which is just another great thing to add to your long list of purpose, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely. I love that aspect about Artsy, from the lack of carbon footprint to the fact that now, no matter where you are in the world, you can really become a collector and collect things. It's connecting people who may never get a chance to go to Tokyo to buy from a gallery in Tokyo, or may never get a chance to come to America or go to the UK. Like, the ability to be able to match make and connect people all over the world, I think is something that's so beautiful about Artsy. It really takes the ceiling off of what you can be and what you can do within the art world.
Yeah. And I mean, I think that that's what kind of the internet overall has done, that has been such a positive development in lots of different areas of art and culture, thinking about how for like the music industry and like talent scouts going out, and you'd have to be able to be able to play at certain venues so that you would get that type of exposure and possibly be found out or discovered. But now it's like you can have a YouTube channel, and people are R&D execs are scouring the internet to see like what's the next big talent. So being able to have exposure for aspiring or amateur artists, whether that's in the art world or whether that's in the performance world, I think it's just great. And then again, it kind of levels the playing field in a way that we haven't seen historically. So this is just another iteration of that, I think Artsy is.
Yeah.
Beautiful. So let's see. Big headline from you guys last week in the news. You had a staggering $6.5 million sale of Julie Maritu's Dissident Score painting, which was breaking records for not only the largest online art auction, but also the biggest sale for a Black female artist, living or dead. So first off, congratulations to you and Julie Maritu. And second, what does this sale mean for the future of Artsy and the art world overall, do you think?
That's a really good question. It means a lot of great things, obviously. This is good news for us. I think number one is the impact of this selling on a digital only platform. The person that paid $6.5 million for this never saw this work in person. And this is something, transacting at this price point, even though Artsy has been, moving into, 5, 6, 7-figure ranges, to do something at this level that is traditionally reserved for the major auction houses like Sotheby's and Christie's is really, this was like we are here. Like, this is the Artsy.
Plant the flag.
Put the flag in. We are here and we are major players in the art world. I think a lot of people doubted the ability for, a digital only platform or a platform like Artsy to be able to move art at that level, or to even have demand for art at that level, because obviously it's different from being able to sell like, $1,000 print to a $6.5 million work. So I think it really shows the breadth of the type of collectors that we have on our platform and the ability to really make major sales on our platform, which is a huge thing for us as we continue to move up market and really sell even bigger, more high profile works at Artsy. I think it's going to definitely stimulate our secondary market business. It's going to change a lot of the brand perception around Artsy. I think it's just a huge moment for the company and the art world itself. This is something that's never happened before on a digital only platform. And then also, I would like to say what's even more beautiful is that it proved the ability for artists to make an impact on societal change through their work. Not only just the subject matter of their work, but also from a financial standpoint, the type of money that we can really raise for really amazing causes. And kudos to Julie Moretu for creating this beautiful work, which she created over the course of 3 years.
Wow.
To fully donate those funds to the Art for Justice Fund to fight against mass incarceration and the racism that's behind it here in this country. So hats off, but I think it will inspire more artists to say, hey, I can really make an impact through my work and being able to sell my work on platforms like Artsy.
Yeah, I mean, that's such a massive sale and such a great accomplishment for the both of you. And to think about, again, it kind of gets to this democratization and this exposure. Having works of art that are going for a couple $1 million alongside works of art that are a bit more attainable and they're, you know, a couple $100 perhaps, or even less than that. And you just didn't see that in the physical world. In that iteration of a gallery, you just wouldn't see that type of breadth of different types of work within one space. So having this single access point, a single entry point to such a wide spectrum of art, it's unprecedented, you know?
It is unprecedented to have some, you know, gallery that may sell works for under $1,000 that's based in, you know, Omaha, Nebraska, be on the same platform as, you know, a Julie Moretu. It's just, you just don't see that. And I love that. And even though I know that Julie Moretu was a lot of money, the one beautiful thing about it was that it went to the person that wanted to pay the most money for it, right? It went to, people had access to this work. You know, Julie Moretu's work is very, very hard to get access to. So we were able to provide access. Now, that price point is really high, but then when you think about even the lower price points, giving people that accessibility to art, I think is very important.
Yeah. And that is a nice segue into my next question, actually. So when we last spoke, you shared a fun fact with me that the average distance between collector and gallery on your platform is 3,000 miles. So that's a big wingspan.
Yes.
And talk about unprecedented exposure and connection for the art world that historically could be very inaccessible and exclusive. So has there been resistance from the art world along this journey, whether it's galleries, auction houses, or even artists in some instance, for democratizing art? What has that process been like for you guys, and has it evolved?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I've been at Artsy less than 2 years, so I haven't been there through the entire journey. But, you know, if you would have went to galleries 10 years ago when Artsy was launching and say, hey, we want you to be able to sell works online, they would have laughed at you.
Yep.
It's a very traditional industry. And so I think that the world has changed, and we spoke a little bit about, you know, the pandemic and things like that. And one of the advantages Artsy had was that we were already the innovators. We were already ahead of things in terms of providing a platform for galleries to be able to transact online and our partners to be able to transact online and be able to reach new collectors, because galleries largely rely on foot traffic.
Yeah.
And, you know, things like fairs for lead generation. And without that, when you can't go out into the real world and have people come around, how are you going to get those leads? How are you going to make those sales? And so Artsy has been a place where we've been able to provide that consistent demand, those consistent sales and lead generation for our galleries. But I think one of the biggest things that we had to overcome was, and still have to, is, you know, people being comfortable transacting online. You know, it's a very old school industry. And so, you know, galleries more than ever are comfortable transacting online and using e-commerce. And it's been very, very beautiful to see, but it's still a fight that we have to make, you know. This is something that they've done things the way they've done things for a very, very long time. Another thing is visible pricing, right? Like, there's still so so much around, you know, making prices visible, and it's a thing. It's like a little bit taboo in the art world, and it's like, why does this thing have to be taboo? And so really, you know, encouraging our galleries and our partners to see that this is something that the people want. We just recently did a collector report that's going to, you know, release soon, and overwhelmingly collectors want visible pricing. You know, they want to be able to transact easily. And so the shift is happening, and our partners and galleries around the world are shifting with it.
Yeah. And I think that you kind of hit the nail on the head about just like what a modern consumer looks like now, and how our buying habits have shifted so much in every other part of our life that why wouldn't it go into the art world? Like we're used to, I remember, you know, 10, 15 years ago, like the thought of buying something through my phone, like we had smartphones, but like, I was like, I would never like put my credit card into my phone and like hit add to cart and then purchase something through my phone. And now that's like the silliest thing that I've ever heard. Like
or order jeans, like simple as ordering jeans or a shirt without trying it on.
Right.
You know? That to me was I still struggle with that a little bit, but like, you know, that's something that's so crazy. And now I know so many people who exclusively buy their clothes online. I know people who are buying cars and houses and other luxury items online without ever seeing it. Art can be the same way. It is beginning to be that way as well.
Yeah. And I think that too, it's that accessibility, but it's also the transparency too, like you mentioned before, and how that is just becoming part of what the modern consumer behavior is. It's like, we want to see that transparency. We want to see, you know, everything up front so that we understand what we're getting into. So having that just front and center versus when you go into a gallery and having to feel like maybe a little bit intimidated by asking about it, or feeling as if you may be like a little embarrassed if it's above your price point or whatever it is, but just going into the platform and knowing that you're going to be able to find all the information that you need right there at your fingertips. And that's kind of where the modern consumer is going. So appreciate that. So we talked a little bit about the physical world being so disrupted over this past year and a half, which led to explosive growth across the digital world. And that's everything from on-demand services to social and streaming platforms and e-commerce, obviously, like yourselves. So as the physical world is reopening and there is a return to art fairs, as if you mentioned before, and galleries, in-person viewing, all of that good stuff, how do you see that impacting your business? And do you see that more as an opportunity or a challenge?
I think it's
or both.
I think it's an opportunity. Honestly, the behavior has already shifted. Last week, we had our biggest week in sales ever in our marketplace e-commerce platform, right? And this is during when everyone's having a good time, everyone's out. This is during the summertime. Now, you may not know this, but seasonally, during the summertime is the slowest time during the art world. This is when the art world kind of takes its break and chill out before all of the fairs and things and auctions in the fall. And so, you know, for us to be able to do that in the summertime when traditionally people's sales slow down is just credit to my team and credit to the work that Artsy is able to do to be able to make this like a full-time thing. I look at the NBA, and the NBA has been incredible because they've created year-round storylines. People are talking about the NBA year-round, whether it's free agency, the draft, et cetera, et cetera. They've made it a year-round sport, even though it's only played during a certain time of the year. And like for art, I see it as the same way. We're creating something that is more year-round because we're creating a platform where people can discover and buy artists on a daily basis. They don't necessarily need to go to a fair. They don't necessarily need to walk into a gallery. And I think that's so important. And collectors, like I said, are getting more comfortable transacting online. And they want it to be easy. They want to see visible pricing. They want to be able to just literally put their credit card in, not have to wire money and deal with invoices and signing this and doing this. People want things to be easier for them. And like when you walk into galleries now, you walk into Chelsea galleries, you're scanning QR codes. They used to give you like sheets of paper, things like that. People are scanning QR codes. You go to restaurants, scanning QR codes. people are getting used to this, and this is just an amazing opportunity for, you know, galleries to continue to collect more leads and make more sales through our platform. So I see so many areas of opportunity for us with everything that's happening now, and I think it's a beautiful thing. I think people should see art in person. I think that's the best way to experience art, right? Obviously, is in person. So I don't see that as a threat to what we're doing. I think we're moving in the right direction.
Yeah, that's great. And I love that notion of like really kind of shifting the buying calendar to include the whole year, because now you're talking about not having to go to a physical gallery, and maybe you're sitting on, you know, a beach in Tulum and you're scrolling through Artsy and you can buy something right there. It's like, again, it's that access point, it's that exposure where you can really engage with art anytime, anywhere, and be able to make a purchase. So you're not really reliant on a gallery being open or you having access to that gallery or being able to get to that gallery. You can do that whenever you want. It's 2 a.m. You can't sleep. You pull out your phone. There you go. You got yourself a Julie Moretu.
Yep. And one other point that I'll make is that, you know, imagine if, you know, Walmart was limited only by the things that they could sell within their store, right? Walmart is in Target, and these companies are what they are now because they have the e-commerce platform where you don't have to physically be in the store, and they may sell things that might not even physically be in the store, or they don't have space for in the store. The same way with galleries, right? You only have a limited amount of space of things that you could be showing at one time. So you might have a show going on in your gallery, but you can be selling works from all other different artists and things digitally while you have the physical show, and you're not limited by just the physical space that you have.
Yeah, yeah, you cut down on overhead that way as well, which is great. So I've got one last question before we turn it over to the Q&A in the audience. When we spoke last week, we talked about the fact that you have two audiences on your platform, and I think that we discussed them today. You've got your B2B group, which are really the galleries and the artists, and then you've got your B2C group, which are your collectors, your aspiring collectors. Could be new to the scene, could be old to the scene. And as we're halfway through 2021, what are your priorities for the back half of the year for these two groups of people?
Yeah, that's a really good question. Number one, like, I'm so passionate about helping our partners and the people on our B2B side, especially our small businesses and smaller galleries. We want to continue to help them build great, strong relationships with collectors. Number two, matchmaking, right? Like matchmaking with the right collectors, providing visibility for our galleries and the artists that they represent, like continuing to innovate on that technology to help push that forward, and building and innovating tech that will make their lives easier, making a lot of the processes that have been super tedious for galleries to make that more seamless, I think is so important for us. And then lastly, continue to give them a strong pipeline of collectors and buyers and users for not only primary works, but also secondary works, right? Things that are on the secondary market. And so I'm really excited for everything that we're building on that side to really make their lives easier, help them make more sales, provide more visibility for them and their artists. And that's something that inspires me every day. And especially for the artist side, is to continue to grow demand for artists, especially more diverse artists, and be able to put food on their table and impact their careers and grow demand. I think that's such a beautiful thing. I tell people all the time, one of the beautiful things about buying art, especially buying art on Artsy, is that not only are you supporting my business, thanks friends, but also you're directly impacting and helping an individual creative and artist and putting food on their table, but also impacting with many of these galleries are small businesses. So you're supporting small business, you're supporting creatives and artists, you're supporting my startup, thanks. And you're able to do something where you're preserving history and or buying something that it can be an incredible asset for yourself. People are buying, people think that you have to spend millions of dollars, and you can spend $2,000, $3,000, $4,000, and that piece still may be worth $1 million one day. Like I've seen it, and so it's really, really been incredible to watch to help more artists and provide for them. And then I think lastly for our collectors is, continue to provide the tools and the data for them to make the right purchasing decisions. On Artsy now, you can see free something that used to be behind a paywall, or still is behind a paywall for some of our competitors, et cetera, is free data to really be able to watch and see how an artist market is going, making sure that you're paying a fair price for works, that you're selling works at a fair price. I think that's something that's so important. One of the things that I didn't talk about earlier when you asked me to explain Artsy is that not only can you discover and buy artists, right? You can also liquidate the assets in your home when you need to. And that's something that hasn't been very, very easy in the art world, right? You've seen, businesses like GOAT and StockX be able to help people in different fashion, like The Real be able to help people liquidate their fashion assets, so their sneakers and their memorabilia. But to really be able to help and match make for collectors when they need to liquidate the assets on their walls. There's trillions of dollars in assets within the art world. So to be able to help them easily and more seamlessly do that is something that is very, very important to us in the second half of the year, and continue to make discovering and buying artists as easy as possible. So the next time that I talk to you, you're gonna have even more art to show off in your next Zoom meetings, or the next time you're doing a call like this. So that's what we got planned. So
okay, I've got a question here.
Okay.
From the audience.
All right.
What do you see as the biggest future challenge to retail and e-commerce, and the biggest opportunity?
The biggest challenge to retail and e-commerce.
Yeah.
The biggest opportunity. In terms of the biggest challenge is, I think the space is just overwhelmingly competitive. There, whatever space that you're in the retail e-commerce space, it's just there's new competitors. For Artsy, there's new competitors popping up every single day. There's nothing new under the sun. So to be able to build, I think the challenge is really to do great brand marketing and create an emotional connection. And people think that you could just growth hack your way into this and just do paid ads and et cetera, et cetera. No, the hard part is creating emotional connection that people want to support you rather than the bevy of competition that you have in the retail and e-commerce space. That's something that I think a lot of people don't think about, is really that emotional connection that you're going to have to create with. And that's why the Outfront Media thing is so important. It's you're creating emotional connections. You're having multi-touch attribution because people are not only seeing your ads, but they're also seeing things out of home. They may be watching, this talk that we're having now. So I think creating that emotional connection is probably the biggest challenge, to really differentiate yourself amongst so much competition. In terms of opportunity, kind of touching based on what I was talking about earlier, in terms of you're not limited by physical spaces. It's always the opportunity to really expand and try and create and innovate and sell new things. I think that's the beauty of e-commerce when it comes to retail, is really just not being limited by in-person experiences and the spaces that you have physically.
Yeah, well said. And I think, one of the things that you touched on before was talking about your algorithm, and really kind of honing in on that to give people exposure to more things, or things that would be outside of what maybe they were themselves specifically looking for. And I think that that's where media has kind of tipped so far to one way, where we are getting so targeted that you just keep getting hammered in with this same very small consideration set, rather than kind of opening up that aperture, opening up that lens to include more things in, so that you have more exposure to things, more choice in things, greater understanding of things. So understanding that you guys are really focused on that, and you're kind of fine tuning that algorithm to, again, just kind of create this exposure. I think that that's something that probably differentiates you from some of this bevy of lookalikes that are coming onto the scene. And it's using that data to understand your consumer, what they like, what they don't like, what they're responding to, what they're clicking on, and utilizing that to really create such a rich consumer experience that they want to spend time on your platform.
1,000%. You got to be thinking about the entire funnel, right? It's like, brand marketing and really focusing on top of funnel. Also, brand marketing is great for retention and re-engagement as well, in terms of like people feeling good about your brand or being reminded of your brand. And so those two play hand in hand. And like, I'm always thinking about top of funnel, the things that we're doing from a brand side and acquisition side there, but also how are we continuing to engage people, whether it's through our lifecycle marketing or as continuous brand campaigns, which is continuing to delight our users and our customers, and also for them to see Artsy in a positive light and understand our core value props as we continue to evolve.
So in that vein, I do have another question here that's just asking, really trying to get into understand, what do your marketing efforts look like? How are you finding your audiences, in which places and spaces, and what types of messaging are you putting in front of them?
Yeah, that's a really, really good question. So one of the things that we have an advantage of over, some others is that our world is a niche place, and we have 2 million people on our 2 million plus people on our platform. So one of the things that I joke about is that we have the best audience already. How do we get more out of the audience that we currently have, and how do we engage that audience? So at Artsy, it's a little bit different because we have so much gold right in the audience that we've already been able to build and collect and things like that. And it's like, how do we make sure they understand all of the benefits and that we're touching them in the places that we want to? And so, art is easier in a sense of, because it's niche, there's like very, different like specific moments where the art world comes together, where it's Art Basel Miami, or it's Freeze London, these big fairs, or there's big openings in a city, or like a concentration of galleries like Chelsea in New York, right? Or Culver City in LA, et cetera, et cetera. And so understanding where your audience is and creating marketing that's going to engage with them, whether it's, something like direct mail campaign, we can create lookalike audiences to send direct mail to collectors and people who are interested in art throughout the world. And so whether it's in their homes, whether it's digitally where they're spending time, whether it's podcasts or, different art related newsletters, et cetera, we are going to be wherever people who are interested in collecting art is.
Yeah. Oh, that must be the bell.
Yes.
Emily's joining us to pull us off stage. Oh, you're on mute.
So sorry.
Rookie move, Emily.
I know, so embarrassing after 1 year. I was saying I'm coming in with the hook to pull you off stage, but we so appreciate you guys being here. I think we could listen to you guys talk so much longer. So definitely would love to have you back, and love the art backdrops that you both had. So no problem there from our side.
Thank you so much, Everett. It was so good seeing you. Happy birthday. And we'll talk soon.
Thank you.
Bye, guys.
Thanks for spending your day with us. And thank you everyone who's tuning in at home. We hope you'll stick around for our next few sessions because we have some really amazing speakers, including our next featured panelist. We're going to have Elizabeth Drury, the CMO from Sperry, and moderating this session will be Ted Smith, the head of enterprise sales at Audigent. Welcome, Elizabeth and Ted. Hi, how are you?
Hi, I'm great. How are you?
I'm fabulous. So glad to have you here. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
Of course. Let's see, Ted's on as well.
Thank you, Emily. Great to see you, and great to be a part of this day here at Virtual CANNES.
Yes. Well, I'll hand it over to you guys to kick it off.
Thank you. Elizabeth, great to see you. How are you?
Great to see you. Good. How are you, Ted?
Side over there.
Yeah, always.
What is that backdrop? Just as that you have behind you.
This we took by the Pier in Quincy, but yeah, we like using these backgrounds to live the brand life.
It's lovely. It feels totally appropriate right now. So I appreciate it. And it's a beautiful day here in New York. I hope it's beautiful up where you are, up in the Northeast as well.
Yeah, it is.
And great to see you.
Yeah.
To dive right in, I mean, quick introduction of myself, if I can. I'm Ted Smith with Audigent. I'm the head of enterprise sales, and Audigent is a first-party data platform with a focus on entertainment, lifestyle, DTC, e-commerce, and sports entertainment. And we work with marketers such as yourselves to help them to provide performance marketing through tapping into first-party audiences and partnering with some of the premium publishers of the world to unlock their first-party data. So really excited to have this conversation with you, and love to talk about all the things that you're doing with Sperry, which is one of my favorite brands. It's been one of my favorite brands for my entire life. So excited to have this conversation with you.
Awesome. Love it.
To kick off, I'd love to actually just hear anything with regard to CAN that you've been participating in, anything that's been going on this week or so. I feel like there's been a lot of activity, despite
There has been.
Right?
Yes. I'm actually moving this week, so I've been very focused on that. But I am dreaming of actually being in Cannes instead, packing boxes for a local move. So that's where I've been up to this week.
That's a lot to keep your mind around.
Yeah.
Well, I'd love to just dig in a little bit. That being the case, into your background. I mean, you have such an interesting background leading into your time there at Sperry, and such notable experience and expertise coming from the fashion and retail realm. I'd love to talk about a little bit, your course towards Sperry and how that's culminated.
Yeah. Okay, great. Well, the role at Sperry really does feel like a culmination of the past 10 years. So I was at Converse for 7 years, and I had joined following a stint at BCG. And I did strategy there and then moved into marketing. And when I left, I was really wanting some new and different experiences, after being there for so long. And I had an opportunity to join shoes.com following the Walmart Jet acquisition. And I took a chance on a role that was a bit ambiguous, and ultimately and quickly pivoted and found a significant opportunity working directly for Walmart. So shoes.com rolled up under Walmart Fashion on the e-com side. So I sort of started just supporting them and then supported them with the big launch. And the next thing you know, I was the category marketing lead for Walmart.com fashion. And then ultimately we reorganized and I became the head of fashion marketing for Walmart from an omni-channel perspective. And I really loved it. Always something interesting and fun going on. And you really feel like you're at the forefront of frankly, the battle for e-commerce, but also retail. And then I was approached last summer by the folks at Sperry, and it became very clear that the job description sort of tapped into both my experience from Converse, but then also the digital marketing toolkit that I brought from Walmart. So it was great to feel like the role was such a good fit for my experience, and then gave me the opportunity to lead this great brand, which has been really fun, and I've been doing it since November.
Yeah, amazing. I mean, amazing to come into the brand during midst of something like COVID. I know I've talked to a lot of people that have made moves during this, and the challenges and interesting aspects of that opportunity as well. But I mean, what a remarkable experience to be able to get to work with such a heritage brand as Sperry. It's a 86-year-old brand, and I think that all of us probably out here feel like we have some relationship with it. But I'm intrigued to hear kind of how you guys are tapping into that heritage, and how do you think about kind of making it relevant and sort of thinking about it in a more modern way, potentially, in what you're doing.
Yeah. So having a heritage is such a gift. When I was at Converse was around for 100 years. Sperry's been around for 86 years. And it's an amazing gift. We made the first boat shoe, and we have this incredible story. We were invented by this guy, Paul Sperry, who was a sailor who just wanted to stop himself from sliding off of his boat deck. So that connection to the water is in our roots, and we can authentically continue to develop product with the water in mind. And of course, we're the leader in the boat shoe market, which comes as the opportunity and the challenge and the strength of sort of having that market position. It's up to you to grow the market as much as it is to benefit from the growth. And then when you have a heritage brand, what sort of is amazing is you have these incredible people that have adopted your brand and really solidify what your brand means in pop culture. So for Sperry, JFK wore our product, Paul Newman wore our product. We have these, amazing stories and assets of people who have adopted the product. But then the challenge is, who is adopting it today? How do you stay relevant and connect with the next generation of consumers? How do you appeal to them now? How do you relate to them? So we're doing a few different things. One thing we're doing is updating our creative direction to appeal to consumers today, and particularly a younger consumer. So in fashion, there's a modern prep or neo-prep movement that's happening that, some leading brands are really adopting and bringing to the forefront. And so as we think about how we style our product, the cast we use, the mood, the vibe, how do we become part of that narrative and part of modern prep as opposed to a stodgy prep from days of yore? Yep. And then another thing we're doing, of course, is thinking about who are we working with in terms of influencers, celebrities, partners. Who are those people and brands that can validate the product today, just as JFK and Paul did in our past? So we do that through influencer marketing and partnerships, and then also product collaborations.
Yeah, there's so much to do. I mean, the collaboration opportunity within sneakers especially is so hot, but I think throughout the marketing realm, and you have such a great tangible product and exciting visually, how do you figure out the right partnerships, and what sort of lenses do you look at collaboration to try to figure out who the ideal partners may be, and how do you know when you're kind of maybe going too far afield?
Yeah. So collaborations, you're right, have been super important in the sneaker space for a long time, but we're seeing it broadly in footwear. Like UGG is doing collaboration, Crocs are doing collaborations, and you see that it generates brand heat and excitement and PR buzz, and sort of that limited demand. I need to get these now mentality. So we are continuing to, we have a bunch of collaborations that are going on right now, and then we're pursuing a much more robust collaboration strategy with more foresight and filters with who you collaborate with, because sometimes it starts with who approaches you. Those are the easy ones. They come to your inbox. But then it's really, how do you create those filters to decide who's in and who's out, and then who is on your list? How do you come up with prospects that you want to reach out to because you think it will work really well for yourself? So for us, our framework it is really threefold. One is we want to identify partners that are social explorers like we are. So we did some brand work. We've determined that our archetype is a social explorer. And so we want to find explorers. And that might mean that they're explorers in their own right. And so we have that story to tell together. It might mean that they fit more overtly with our brand identity. Have a connection to the sea. Where next month we're doing a collaboration with the show Netflix Outer Banks, awesome. Which is on the water. It is we show up natively. The cast wears our product on the show, so that one feels like, well, of course it's a fit because we're there anyway. We sort of target the people who are on the water, so that feels really authentic. So that's an example of that. The second filter is, how do you create that wow factor? How do you, it's a bit the 1 + 1 = 3, there's Sperry and then you have another partner, but then together it's that, excitement, disruption, the buzz that you can generate. And then the last one, of course, is, do they reach our target audience? Do they help us acquire a new consumer, a younger consumer, a more fashion forward consumer? So that's, of course, a good filter. And the Netflix Outer Banks example is, that's a young consumer. And so that's a great opportunity for us to target the youth.
And yeah, any additional sneak peeks of any collaborations that are coming up that you can?
Yes. So today we launched a collaboration with Good Humor and Popsicle, 2 ice cream brands, which is really taps into that nostalgia and the feel good times of summer. So check it out on Sperry.com. We have some really exciting content, and we're actually activating with an ice cream truck that's driving up the coast from New York to Maine. So fun events, free ice cream for the family. There's my plug. And then we've got Netflix Outer Banks. We have in September 2 big collaborations. One is with Rebecca Minkoff, and the product is amazing. She, what's really fun about collaborations is the designer or the brand or the partner can really put their own spin on it, and sometimes and often takes the product in different directions and stretches you from where, you know, the box that you've been designing in. So she's got, you know, a black leather boat shoe with studs, and she's got sneakers with fringe, and it's very, very exciting because it's sort of her bohemian vibe, you know, with our preppy silhouettes. And then
I see Sperry sort of from my own perspective, obviously, and I have my own relationship, but to think of it as a female sort of like fashion brand and all the things that could be done in that realm, that's really exciting to think of it.
Yes. Really, I'm really trying to, you know, to make it relevant in the fashion space. And so working with designers and fashion forward brands is a great way of doing that. And then I need to get it on the runway. That's my mission, but that will be next year. And although Rebecca Minkoff is like putting in her fashion show, so that will be pretty awesome. And then John Legend has been our global brand ambassador for a couple of years. And this year, we're so excited to be producing collaboration product with him. So our product team worked very closely with John himself, with John's stylist, Dave Thomas, who's incredible. And again, they took the product in a really unique direction. So it's two boots. It's a boot for his evenings, a boot for his weekends. And the boot for his evenings is like pretty aggressive, like a tall combat boot. I wish they made it in women's sizes, but they don't, but it's really special. And then a boat shoe that is, again, just super, super different. It's made with capsule construction. It's sort of like a sporty street vibe, which we've never done before. So we're thrilled to both, you know, have the culmination of this partnership that we've had with our ambassador, but then also have incredible product. And then the combination is going to be pretty special.
Yeah, music is such a great way to tap into, you know, the remarkable passion that the audiences have. We do a lot of work in that space. We work closely with Universal Music, Warner Music, among others, to sort of help them to monetize their data, but also really to connect brands with those audiences that they have. And you know, we helped with a collaboration that Travis Scott, for instance, had with McDonald's, and to drive amazing return on ad spend there with regard to that collaboration. But it's just an exciting way for people to get really excited about that collaboration. That's really fun to think of.
Yeah.
That's great. What other areas of influencers? How do you tap into, that's sort of the celebrity focus. Any other ways in which you tap into influencers?
Yeah, we've sort of had three main influencer buckets this year. So we have John, who's our, you know, that's our big one, with his 14 million followers. And then we work with influencers on a campaign basis, depending on the campaign. So we launched a product called Float, which is a bit of like a Crocs take on Sperry, you could say, as a shortcut. It's a great product. And we did a TikTok influencer campaign. So it was, you know, something niche to bring it to life with great, you know, content creators on that platform. And then we have brand ambassadors outside of John that we identified with by scouring their look basically on Instagram. And they're all, you know, interesting people with different backgrounds. They have, you know, global followings. They're very diverse. And we've contracted them for the year so that we basically use them as content generators. So, you know, we have them focused on our core product or key launches, but really it's meant to be sort of an extension of our own photo shoots. And they're people that, again, embody that modern prep aesthetic. And so, you know, we know that from a styling standpoint, it will be spot on and sort of a continuation of our, you know, of our brand's creative. And then it's wonderful how well influencer content performs, because that's what people are used to looking at and ingesting. And so we tend to use quite a lot of it.
Yeah. And I think when people understand sort of what they're seeing on social platforms and that content that you're developing, like they think of the experience that they can have with with brands as well, physically themselves too. It's exciting now that the world is opening up a little bit now and people are getting a chance to come back to events and such. I'm curious how you're looking at that in coming months and opportunities to physically get this great tangible product in front of people, but also have people experience kind of the Sperry world in 3 dimensions.
Yeah. We have actually quite a lot going on considering, and with great timing, because like I said, we have this ice cream truck activation out in the world, which we sort of,
How do we follow where that ice cream truck is, if anybody?
So go to Sperry.com, and then you'll see on the homepage what we did, sort of this ice cream launch takeover. But then at the bottom it says, you know, we've got this truck, find the truck, and then it'll take you to a page that lists all the stops. So yes, please check it out. And if you're in the area, we're kicking it off this weekend in Brooklyn. So Ted, if you're keen, we're going to be at the Greenpoint Market. And it's going to be pretty fun. We're going to get a DJ. It's going to be a good time this weekend if you can make it. Yeah. So that's one, which is, it was okay. We could hedge our bets because it was outside. So we were like, okay, worst case, you could still have a flow and distance, but that's, that's really exciting that we won't have to worry as much about safety there. And then of course with John, we worked with him all last year and had the opportunity to do concerts with him and appearances with him, but didn't because of COVID. And so that's one thing that we've been, and we have yet to do, and we will do it for the launch. So we're going to have him, we're launching with a key retail partner. We're going to have him do a store appearance at one of the stores in LA, which is going to be very exciting. So consumers can meet him and take pictures. And then we're going to do a concert. So probably we're kind of in the throes of planning it, but probably a holiday concert with him in New York City. He's such a great holiday concert guy.
Into that holiday event myself. Yeah, it's a great one.
Yeah. So that will be fantastic. I'm very much looking forward to that. And then we have a lot of other smaller partnerships that, in some cases tie to campaigns and in some cases are opportunistic. So a couple other examples for Pride Month. We are participating in Club Coming at the Kennebunkport Inn. So the hotel is actually selling packages where you can reserve a pair of Sperry Pride product as part of your package, and then you find them in your room, which is pretty cool. So we're seeing, it's been so heartwarming to see like great content coming out of that, people wearing our product and celebrating Pride there. And then we have been talking to another hotel, this resort in Jamaica called GoldenEye, which is where the James Bond films were written and also shot. And in the new James Bond movie that's releasing this fall, James Bond is wearing Sperry's. So there's sort of interest in activating, with respect to that. But then more broadly, we're going to launch a water sports line next year, which is really exciting. And so, that's a resort where they fuel participation of water sports because they have all of that accessible there. So there's a lot that we can do, with that partner. So I'm looking forward to making that, digital marketing is still a huge focus and the lion's share of our budget, but it is fun to kind of accent key moments and key stories with something that feels a little bit more experiential.
Yeah, and the development of the content that comes out of that can be more evergreen as well, and for you to tap into,
Right.
Something that you can use and leverage, and helps you to get to know your customers in a lot of ways that are interesting too.
Yes, true.
As you think about, that more digital aspects of what you do and the lion's share of your spend and everything, how do you consider digital transformation, and are there other key partnerships or areas in which you're excited to be, exploring, taking risks, finding new opportunities?
Yeah. We have, we've done some testing this year. For ice cream, this collaboration, we're going to do a Snapchat augmented reality, where like you can lick the ice cream and then you see the truck coming, and it's sort of a, it's such a hands-on activation. So it's fun to sort of carry that through from a digital perspective. So that's one that we'll be launching soon. We have another really great product launch in September, and we're talking to Twitch. We haven't figured that out yet, but we're hoping we can come up with some way of testing in that space, which is, just fun and different. I'd say otherwise, the big focus is how do you drive consumer engagement through digital content? And so, I think TikTok has been a game changer for so many of us. Even with John Legend, we decided we shot him for all the content we used this spring earlier this year. And we said, let's have him do some TikTok like videos, because they're fun and they're engaging and we're all at home, and that's what people are used to seeing, and that's what people want to see. And he's such a dynamic guy, and he really took to them and they came out great. And again, it wasn't even about using them on TikTok. We used them on our homepage, we used them on social, we used them sort of anywhere that could play a video, and in paid media, paid ads, like paid Facebook ads. There's search for him and you might get served one up.
I feel like
but
Key and Chrissy Teigen are such naturals and so active on social media anyway, that it feels really authentic to have them be doing fun things in line with what your overall narrative is with Spirit.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you want your content to be authentic for sure. That's sort of like bar none. And then you want it to be really engaging. You want it to be thumb stopping because you want people to pause what they're doing and click on your ad or look at your story or eventually shop your product. So that's one. And then we earlier this year we had some fun with our boat shoes and we hosted what we call a sock, no sock debate, which was very fun around like, do you wear your boat shoes with socks? It's sort of like you're not supposed to, but then people wear their boat shoes all year round. So like you kind of have to, depending on where you live. And that was one that we had, a lot of fun with. And we captured John weighing in on it. We had, media partners and menswear editors weighing in on it. And then, so I think it's certainly, I love testing with new media partners, but then it's also like just the content itself. There's so much room for, for having fun and making it interesting.
Where did that important debate land? Was it a 50-50 or was there some overwhelming winner?
Well, then we introduced Team No Show Sock. So there's sort of a third player. Team No Sock won, but by a surprisingly small margin. So yeah.
How do you, when you look at that content and these type of opportunities, dialing it back towards performance, how do you start to make sure that is measured, and how do you make sure that starts to drive towards conversion when you look at understanding your audiences and driving lifetime value and that sort of thing out of your customers?
Yeah. So, I think one obvious thing with the content is, are people spending more time on your homepage? Is your click-through rate up? Right. There are some early metrics to that, that's great to see. For the sock, no sock debate, it almost surprised us how well it did, because we really wanted to host this debate on Twitter. And so it was really like, Twitter was sort of an underutilized channel for us. So let's see what we can do on Twitter. Let's see if we can grow followers or drum up some excitement or basically break through. I don't know if we broke through, but that was the intent. But then we said, you know what, this is really fun. Let's carry this across all the channels. So we updated our homepage banner, and the two CTAs were Team Sock or Team No Sock, which was just like, what? You kind of had to vote, right? And then we sent out an email and we actually drove people to Twitter. We said, participate in our debate, like join us on Twitter. And that's where we sent the traffic. And then we changed our site links on Google. Team Sock, Team No Sock. So it was like anywhere you found the brand, you kind of were encouraged to vote. And then some of the results were really surprising. So I don't know, the Twitter thing, I don't know how well we did, but we don't have as big of a following there. But our email was so off the charts. And actually people ended up getting the email and then calling customer service to vote, which was a little bit funny. But then people, it just generated a lot of interest and people bought a lot of boat shoes. So our core boat shoe sales went up during that time frame. People commented on our paid ads, just because we changed the caption, which again, that's, you're not using paid ads to get the comments, you're using them to get the click, but they got the click and the comments. So, that was a really exciting one where we saw some great performance in a lot of different places. But I think, there's a lot that you can measure, of course, across the board, depending on the, on the channel and the goal.
Yeah, it's one thing to expect something to go viral, I think. I mean, there's great expectations around that, which are rarely fulfilled, but to have unexpected ways in which something develops like that and to be able to tap into that conversation with the customer is so meaningful.
Yeah.
That's great. What about other areas in which you think about audience development and like lifetime value of a consumer? Are there ways in which you measure that or understand that about your consumer?
So one thing that we're very focused on in terms of developing audiences is we're focused on building a launch culture, which sort of goes hand in hand with both the fact that, paid media gets you diminishing returns and you need to have your own audience. And two, you're trying to drum up this excitement around newness and, we have this product, be the first to buy. And so you really want to get that audience that's going to be engaged when you say, okay, like here it comes. Or so we've been doing a lot of teasing. So even ahead of this ice cream drop, on social, we've been doing teases like swipe up to get on our list. And so we've been doing that with email, but then we also launched a new channel with SMS this year, which we're seeing a ton of success with, which is fantastic. And I saw this at Walmart too, when we launched, and focused on the app and SMSs there. So I think that's a really, great channel to watch.
I think the which people wouldn't want SMS, wouldn't want marketers speaking to them on that channel. But I think that the way the messaging is developed, that's changed a lot over the past maybe year. And
it makes me feel really old because I sort of don't get it. But certainly customers respond to it, and they're willing to get the SMSs, and then they shop through that route. So everybody's on their phones, and this is just one more proof of it. And one more sign that you have to change and sort of innovate and develop against changes in consumer behavior, right? That's how you can unlock growth. So that's really been a huge focus for us, just around like, what does the launch culture mean? And again, sneaker brands do this really, really well. Nike has a whole app around launch culture. And so how do we use that to build this relationship with consumers, and then be able to segment down the road? I would love to know which of my consumers are interested in fashion drops versus just new launches of new product. And I think once you grow your database, then you start to you unlock the ability to segment, and then it's all about serving the most relevant message to the that segment of your audience at the right time.
Yeah, and with that, have you seen e-commerce? I mean, in the year, surely spiked a lot, and that must be a significant part of your overall plan and growth. I would think, coming from shoes.com and everything you did with Walmart, you've been very tapped into that. How do you consider e-commerce as part of your core strategy, and what do you do in that domain?
Yeah. So as an enterprise or company, we're very focused on growing our direct-to-consumer.com business. So number one, it's sort of like everybody's got to embrace it. What's interesting from my experience here is, because we're a matrix organization at my company, e-com is actually its own organization. And my biggest thing coming in is, we're all partnering, and everybody who works on the brand needs to work together, because you need to ensure that your consumers don't see your org structure. And ideally you think about things holistically. So the way I've operated with my team is, everybody who touches Sperry marketing, is one team, and we all get together, at least weekly, but of course more than that in smaller groups as well. And we think about things, holistically. We really think about .com first when it comes to creating content, creating that storytelling. I think buying shoes online, the challenge is, I can't try it on, and I don't know how it's going to feel, and I don't know what it will look like. But at the same time, .com provides a lot of opportunity to do tons of storytelling, romancing the features and benefits, showing how to style, pulling in UGC of people who are wearing that product. So there's a lot that you can do. There's a lot of opportunity. And then the challenge is, how do you think about the budgets holistically, right? There's the budget that needs to drive performance and your growth targets and your profit targets on .com, but then every message, again, is something that a consumer sees. So if we do a Snapchat filter, and if we do something in Twitch, how do we think about where we're sending the consumer, right? It's always a journey back to being able to purchase, even for something that feels more upper funnel. Even at the ice cream truck, you can scan. Yep. We'll collect your email, so we build that audience. And then we're not going to have try on, because it's complicated, because the truck's going to be filled with ice cream and not shoes, plus it's COVID. but you can swipe, and you can, you can see the product and touch it, feel it. And actually we'll have an AR. We've scanned the shoes 3D, so that there's like a footwear mirror, like an old school mirror, that you can look and see the shoes on your feet. But then of course you can buy it on your phone. So I think everything is, how do we build relationships and excite consumers, but then always think of how we're driving them back to, to closing the sale on .com.
Yeah, and the good humor, and I'm picturing like an orange sherbet sort of color profile, which sounds delicious.
Yeah. We have that. We have it. It's the creamsicle.
Sounds great.
Yeah.
How do you, in your role, how do you work with product? I would think. I mean, how closely are these marketing ideas? Are these ideas around collaboration? Are they marketing driven, partnership driven, product driven? Like, how do you work as an org?
We work very hand in hand. We work very, very closely. So we have sort of a a pod that works on collaborations. I have a dedicated person on my team. Our product person has a dedicated person on his team, but we're meeting every week. We're, vetting ideas that come in. We're pursuing other ideas. We're dealing with the legal contracts, which takes an enormous amount of time. And at some point it's okay, then, the product team works closer with the partner to design the actual product itself. But, we're all in it together. I'd say I'm very lucky because I have an amazing head of product who I actually know from, we both worked at Converse at the same time. So we came in with a relationship, and we just, are sort of locked arms with all of our key stories. I think there were days when marketing would market the brand sort of at the top, and then product would just make some shoes. And this is really, we're really focused on marketing the stories. And again, that's what then, a consumer doesn't buy a brand campaign, right? They buy a product. And so having great stories to tell, and in a way to romance them and spin them so that you're driving the interest in the product directly, makes it more effective too, because then you're more able to close the deal on the conversion side and those .com sales. So I do feel really, really grateful that he's a great partner, and we really work very closely together.
Yeah, I feel like to me, it feels like when something's on brand, that means that the story's on brand, but as well that the product, as it's developed in that partnership, feels spot on as well in an exciting.
Yes. Yeah.
Well, I wanted to see, I'm not sure if there's any questions that have arisen from the group. I don't see anything in our Q&A. I wonder if Emily has anything for us. Let's see. Okay, we got one question. Here's the question. So when everything is quote unquote back to normal, how will your industry have changed permanently, do you think?
Permanently, I think in retail, stores still have a role. I think, you think about kids that go to the mall, like I think kids will still want to go to the mall. I think the question becomes, how do you optimize for omni-channel? I think the winners in retail will be, will enable omni-channel, seamless purchasing and returning and try on and all of that. I think that's going to be an indication of success. I mean, people have been buying shoes online, and certainly people, now there's more of that, but I wouldn't say that anything was so wildly different. I think trends are really interesting. And it's a mixed bag. I think people are so used to being comfortable, right? So like athleisure has spiked and sneakers have spiked. People have spent more time outdoors. So I think products that make you feel comfortable are there's going to continue to be a big market for it. And then what's exciting is, for my brand, that people will also start to go back to work and will need shoes that are fitting for going back to work. So, and I think we're already seeing, great positive change there. And so, those are just trends, but I don't know that anything has been like a big game changer. That's sort of not gonna, I think fashion, you see a lot of trend cycling. So, I think one day people will be back in jeans and high heels. I think it's inevitable.
Yeah, I think at one point when I was younger, I thought that my goal in life was to be able to wear flip-flops to work someday. And I'm a Southern Californian at heart, so that might have made more sense. Now it probably makes more sense for me to dream of wearing Sperry's to work, which I can largely do today.
I love it, Ted. I love it.
One other question. So with regard to CSR initiatives or things that you guys are doing in that realm, is there any partnerships or areas in which you guys are creating impact that dovetails into what you're doing from a marketing perspective?
Yes, this is a great question. So we are really excited to pursue a much more ambitious path towards sustainable product. So we have a collection that we call Sea Cycled, and it's made with recycled, pieces, recycled canvas. There's a lot of sort of innovations that we're constantly putting into that line. And so this past season, it was pretty narrow. But then going into next year, we've committed that 15% of the line that we're going to produce will be part of that collection. And then the following year, we want it to be 50. So we're on this path to really making sustainable product much more ingrained in our brand and our culture, and in who we are, because, we know consumers care about it. And also we are connected to the sea, and that's our playground, and we want to protect it. So it is a huge part of what you'll see from us going forward. We're sort of starting this year from a small base, but very committed to it in the future. And then from a marketing standpoint, we're sort of chunking it out to, like, there's product, there's partners, and then there's purpose, right? So the product is the collection that I mentioned, and then partners are, who can we work with? A couple of years ago, we partnered with Waterkeepers Alliance, and they were amazing. Do we partner with them next year? So we're looking into that. And then what's our purpose? How do we really imbue that into the brand? And that's one where we've been out of the office, and probably everyone feels a bit disconnected from the culture of the company, because it's that's sort of what you trade by working remotely. Yeah. So people are coming back in, how do we make sustainability feel bigger? Doing beach cleanups and making sure everybody has water bottles and not disposable things. So there's a lot that we want to do there to just make it feel like it's part of our DNA and something that we're living and breathing, and not just paying lip service to. So I'm really excited about making that a bigger part of the purpose of our brand.
I love that idea. I mean, it means a lot, but there's also a lot of ways in which you can truly have fun with it and inspire people in a lot of ways that feels really innate to the brand as well.
It does. Yeah.
That's exciting. Okay, I think we might have room for one more question. This kind of goes back to your discussion around your working with Twitch. How do older brands, heritage brands, when you consider playing in new technologies, how do you do it with grace? Like, how do you do it in a way that doesn't feel forced? How do you find those moments to get involved?
I mean, I think again, it's not about how long your brand has been around for. It's about who's the consumer you're trying to reach, and where do they consume content? How do they consume content? How often do they consume content? How can you have that dialogue with them, sometimes for the first time, and do it in a way that feels authentic to the platform and true to who you are. And I think those are filters that you use no matter what, right? I mean, it's not all that different from how you think about putting an ad into Facebook. There's just a little bit more, you have to understand the platform. I have someone on my team who's like, a big Twitch user. So we've been picking his brain. I think as a marketer, I mean, it's more like, are you too old? How do you, as like a team and an organization, understand these platforms? Like I was on Snapchat, and I'm going to be embarrassed, but I had to Google how to flip the camera. I couldn't figure it out, and then I was like, oh, double tap. But yeah, so you have to keep yourself honest. Make sure you talk to young people or people that you're trying to, whatever community you're trying to serve, right? You always want to bring them in either as part of your organization or extension of your organization, or, pick the brand of your little sister if you have to. But yeah, I think it's probably more about that than the brand itself.
I think that, yeah, it's not the brand, it's the org. It's the people that are actually doing it. That's great.
Right.
Well, Emily is here to usher us off the stage, I believe, but this has been so nice to spend the time with you and get to know you a bit better. So
yeah, same.
Thank you very much.
Ted.
Look forward to being in touch.
Thank you so much, Elizabeth. And thank you, Ted. You're always a fabulous moderator. So we appreciate having you both here. And great note to end on. So hope to have you back soon, Elizabeth, on our stage.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Emily.
Have a good
one.
Elizabeth.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Well, we're on to our final session of the day. It's been a packed day of fabulous content, and we're excited for the last but not least, hearing from Kyle Maurer, the VP of Global Digital Marketing at Monster Energy. And moderating this session will be Michael Silverberg, the VP of Global Agency Partnerships at Admix. So excited to have them closing out the day here. Hi there, how are you?
I'm good. I'm good. Do we have Kyle as well?
I think he's probably just hopping on right now. But I'll check in with our tech team, make sure everything's good on his end. But how are you doing today? Where are you calling in from?
I'm calling in from Atlanta. The weather is not as nice as Cannes usually is, but it's pretty good here.
Yes, I know the weather. I'm based in Chicago. The weather here is questionable as well. So hopefully, this is just a sign that next year, blue skies ahead in France, and we can all be there together again. But looks like Kyle's on. Oh, he has a
I have a special guest with me today. Yeah.
Fabulous. Well, I'll hand it over to you guys to kick it off and close out our program today. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Kyle, good to see you again. I just wanted to start out, acknowledging how strange, how big of a year it's been for everyone, and give you maybe an opportunity to start out talking about just what's been a really big surprise, what's worked out really well, how it's been to be a brand marketer during these times.
It's been interesting because I think in some ways we learned some completely new lessons, and then in other ways we learned maybe some lessons we thought that we could push aside for some of those new lessons were in fact ready to be relearned. I think there's some things that are happening in terms of kind of an approach to older tactics. Sorry, she's very unhappy today. An approach to maybe some more traditional means of engagement and driving performance for brands that seem to make more sense now in a new post-pandemic environment where we might have been moving away from them prior to the pandemic in some respects.
Yeah, and I've been listening to a lot of brand marketers over the week, and I've actually moderated a couple of sessions, and I'm sort of curious. I think of Monster as a product I grab on a road trip, a product that I grab out at the club. It's very much sort of out in the world, and almost every other brand that I've listened to has talked about their e-commerce and their e-platform. How did you guys change or adapt to a change in your demand chain or retail presence over COVID?
I mean, one of the first things we did was we just started doubling down on retail media as a new form of brand media and trying to drive performance from that. Hold on one sec. Let me get her situated. She's just a little unhappy.
It is all right.
The other piece to this was just trying to rethink our portfolio and the funnel. Sorry, she's really struggling today. Hey, everybody wants to hear what we have to say, but not really in that respect. Can you change your tone of voice?
When I've had a late night, I'm just as loud. So it's fine.
Yeah, so she's very vocal about what we're doing here. So I think retail media just became a key constituency for us to sort of try and figure out how to focus on. And the problem for us was we didn't really have a model. So we were sort of trying to figure out a model as we were building it. And then you compound that with the fact that we are not a first party retailer. So we don't have stores. We don't have places that we can go and sort of leverage vertically to say, all right, from top to bottom funnel, here's how we're going to do this. We have to work with our distributors through the Coca-Cola bottler network. We have to work with the retailers, 7-Eleven, Target, Kroger network, right? And there's not, I wouldn't say there's a misalignment, but everybody's got their own particular sets of objectives, right? And the objectives specifically for Monster or our portfolio brands relative to a Kroger network or a Walmart aren't always going to line up completely simpatico. And so that's where we run into some situations where we have to try and adjust on the fly or improvise in terms of how we're going to execute.
Yeah. And, not only that for the retail side, but I mean, you guys are famous for sponsoring so many great extreme sports, rather it's BMX, motocross, skateboarding. What did you do with those budgets? How did you support the teams, the athletes, the musicians that you normally support, and sort of pivot over this last year?
Well, when at the height of the pandemic, we tried to focus on finding our voice relative to what everybody was going through. And, part of the struggle there was, what's authentic to Monster. And you and I talked about this a little bit the other day of, we could have, oops, sorry, she's jumping on a chair. We could have gone, she's a very adventurous young lady. We could have gone the route of saying kumbaya, right? We could have gone the route of, all right, let's all hold hands, and heal the world. And that's just not a very Monster thing to do. So from our perspective, it was more about how do we provide people a sense of levity? How do we give them a boost? That's what we can do with our products. That's what we can do in terms of supporting our athletes and showing that they're going through the same thing regular folks are going through. And that's where we ended up, right? And that's how we ended up with a program like Crush Quarantine, which was really meant to sort of provide that boost.
What's the young lady's name? We should give her a moment.
Hannah. It's nap time, so she's just very ready for her nap and trying to let me know that. But it was definitely something that I think for a lot of brands we had to focus on trying to pivot. But in the end, the pivot was not necessarily what we thought it was going to be. It was actually more leaning into what we really are, what our ethos of Monster really is.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. We talked about, you were doing a lot of cases to first responders, to firefighters, but that didn't really become part of your brand messaging or trying to echo that out, just sort of like doing the work without trying to high five yourself around it.
Yeah, I mean, that comes from our co-founders. They're a, sort of don't talk about it, be about it sort of thing. And if you go back in the history of Monster, the key component of everything they've done is kind of build from grassroots up. So, they didn't come in and sponsor the Supercross circuit from the top down saying we're going to be the official beverage. They came in and said, we're going to sponsor the racers, and then we're going to sponsor teams that have multiple racers. And then we're going to work our way up to being seen as being integral to the experience of going to a Supercross, a motocross race. And now it makes sense for us to be an official sponsor with Feld Entertainment, who runs the Supercross circuit in the US, or MotoGP globally. And so we took that approach and tried to apply it to things going on during the pandemic. So yeah, we wanted to give products to first responders. Again, we have products that can help people get a boost when they need it for a 12-hour shift in a hospital, or riding an ambulance, driving an ambulance for that many hours, and seeing what they're seeing and needing to sort of like kind of give themselves that energy lift to go through what was probably around the next corner and probably not so great, right?
Yeah.
But it wasn't about like, hey, look what we're doing. It was just, let's go do it. And those people will appreciate that we're doing it. And that's enough. That's going to move the needle for us the ways we want to. From a branding standpoint, it was more about like, again, everybody's so fatigued by this stuff. Us adding to that in terms of talking about how scary and stressful this time period is probably isn't going to really help. And then trying to mix that with, the kumbaya message, people will just call BS on us. So we said, let's give people a moment of levity. Let's try to find ways to use what we're kind of known for, and in some cases what we're stereotyped for, but maybe, sort of own the joke a little bit, or own the punchline a little bit, and say like, yeah, we all could use a moment of zen, or a moment of, kind of just like having fun still, basically. And so when you saw our campaign and you saw Pat Casey, who's one of our BMX riders, doing wheelies in his living room, and we're like, this is how you crush quarantine. The message there was, yeah, we get it. You're trying to figure out how to deal with this just like he is. And so here you go. Here's what he's doing. He's improvising just like you're doing in your life.
Yeah. And I mean, that's I think that's a really good way to react. And almost every every brand I've heard talk across these 4 days has talked about authenticity and how they applied that. And I think you guys did a really amazing job with that. Now, as you know, we're a video gaming company. We put billboards in video games, rather it's virtual out of home or digital out of world. Haven't necessarily landed on how to talk about in play. Monster has been, led the way in a couple of different ways. I mean, you had product placement in Death Stranding, hard coded in as the main character was drinking Monster. You're going to be sponsoring a couple of games this year. Could you tell us a little bit about your video game strategy and how you view sort of that demographic or those demographics on the whole?
Oh, sorry, I was on mute there. Philosophically, it's really no different than what we talked about with sports, right? Go from the grassroots up. And so what that means is we focus on finding ways to reach the aspirational gamer. So looking to find influencers, streamers that they pay attention to, looking to find esports orgs that they rally around, that have personalities that they grab onto. And then, as you mentioned, the IP partnerships and trying to be a part of games that are a part of the zeitgeist at a particular moment in time. And so part of that is also trying to figure out then how to execute authentically on that. And to your point, a lot of times I think brands will knee jerk to, well, can I get my product in the game or can I get my logo in the game? And the Death Stranding example that you pointed out, that actually came from Konami. That came from them saying, hey, we're just big fans. And we actually think from a storyline perspective, this is what we want to do in the game. This is post-apocalyptic world. So it's not crazy to say that you would find something like a Monster energy can as a relic in that world, so to speak. And we said, okay, great, right? Now I think going the other way, if we had tried to push for that, there's lots of games where we know like they're just going to say it's breaking the fourth wall with the audience. If we inject you guys that way, it's not going to make a lot of sense. So instead, what we try to say is, okay, what is it in your game that gamers care about? And how do we imbue those elements with something that's a Monster signal or a Monster Easter egg, right? And so we're going to be doing a lot of that with our partnership with EA on Apex Legends. It's if you played that game, if you know that game, it's definitely sort of a fantasy oriented game. It's not a real world grounded game. So us trying to get Monster cans or even the logo, quite frankly, or the name trademark into the game would be really commercial and silly. Instead, it's more about like what matters to the people who play Apex. What are the things they grab onto from a story standpoint, from a gameplay standpoint? And then how can we do things, like creating the pivotal moment in an esports match being the beast mode moment, right? So it's really sort of tacking into something that now they're like, oh, I get why Monster is doing this. I get what they're trying to do, which is, continue to support the game and the people who love it and play it versus like, hey, look at us. Now we've got a badge somewhere in the game for all of eternity.
Yeah. And I think that's a good strategy. And when you're looking at being around gaming content rather than necessarily trying to cram a brand directly into the game, what are the platforms you're thinking of? I feel like there have been a lot of, from Twitch, YouTube gaming, YouTube replay of Twitch content. Like, how do you think of a platform strategy across all of that?
We definitely try to take a fewer, bigger, better approach to this. We operate very much like a challenger brand. We are not going to come in and, like I said, just come in over the top and say, here's a pile of money, and now let's put our logo everywhere and call it a day. Instead, we're going to come from that grassroots level and say, all right, what matters to the community? How do we get ourselves in there? What resources can we stretch to sort of like plant seeds at that level that can grow, over time to provide the impact we're looking for? And so with platform strategy, it's the same thing. It's fewer, bigger, better. It's focusing where we think we can make the most impact to start, which would be a place like Twitch, for example. And then looking to see like, all right, that's an obvious play. And we feel like we're making inroads there. We just ran a live stream with Tony Hawk, Nigel Houston, Lizzie Armanto, and TP, right? So a combination of skaters and gamers coming together to play Tony Hawk Pro Skate. Really successful from our standpoint as a first step into the space. And so now it's like, okay, let's do another. And once we get that sort of rolling downhill, it's like, okay, where else are gamers spending time and energy? Because they're not all just on Twitch, to your point. Some are playing mobile games, some are using YouTube. A lot of them are playing and watching on Twitch, talking on Twitter, talking on Discord. And so we're trying to look at all of these platforms within an ecosystem, a media ecosystem, to say, like, what's the right approach for us based on where gamers are and what they do there. And we may actually have some that we say that doesn't make sense for us. We've done that in the past where there are platforms or trends within the media ecosystem, and we just say that's not right for us at all, or just not right now, based on where we're at and what we're trying to do.
Yeah, I mean, that's interesting to look to think about a brand or your brands and what's right for them. A lot of the brand marketers I talk to talk a lot about brand safety, brand suitability, being at a brand that's a little bit more forward, a little bit edgier. How do you think about those spaces? And is there like a master suitability document for Monster, or is it more a feeling and sort of culture?
It's feeling and culture for sure. I mean, I think we are trying to put that on paper more, just because the more things kind of live in a brain, and you add more brains to the company, then the perception of that thing becomes, I don't want to say distorted, but you have different variations of it, right? And it becomes harder to hold to a true north on, what it is. So we've definitely worked on getting that down, but I think it's one of the things that I also appreciate about Monster is that you spend enough time and immerse yourself in it, and you really kind of get a sense of what is Monster and what is not. And if you look at us versus some of our competitors, you can see some clear lines of division. The red line, if you will, of like where we won't go, and not because of out of we think that someone's better than us, or maybe we feel like we don't have the resources. It's more just straight up like we just don't think it makes sense for us. And that's coming all the way down from our co-founders, who will say things like, just because everybody else is zigging doesn't mean I don't want, or that I want to. I'd rather zag over here, and I have, I might have data that supports that. I might also just have an instinct that says this is the way to go. And when you look at the performance of the company, when you look at the stock price, going back in time, it's hard to argue with that. So some of it, I would say it's a balance of science and art. We're trying to infuse more science into the process without being at the detriment of the art of, what the brand was built on, and sort of that feeling and instinct.
Yeah, that makes sense. And with the world reopening, is there anything, and I should say that with the caveat, I know a lot of people are suffering in a lot of parts of the world, even here in the US, but with events coming back, are there things that y'all have on the calendar? Are you waiting and seeing, or how are you positioning yourself for that?
We are doing what I think a lot of companies are doing, which is scenario planning, right? We are saying, okay, if things continue on this trajectory they're on, and we lean on the leadership in these areas, when do we think events are coming back? When do we think the sports sponsorships are coming back in sort of a full capacity? When do we think music events are going to be, going forward the way they were pre-pandemic? And then let's plan against that. But then at the same time, okay, let's also now assume that doesn't happen. And what's our answer for if that comes to pass? So we're trying to sort of A and B it. And, I think we all would like to have the return speed up, if you will, happen. But who knows? I mean, I can remember sitting in meetings in March when we were all sent home from the office and going through this, and everybody saying things like, probably by the summer. And if you'd asked me, I would have said my birthday's in late August. I would have said, oh, by the time my birthday rolls around, even in May or June, I would have said, oh yeah, no, we'll be fine. We'll be, So to be sitting here now a year later and we're still not, I think, fully sort of out of the woods. Everybody's sort of given up on trying to say, oh, that's for sure what's going to happen. And it's more about saying like, okay, what's likely to happen, but then let's do the worst case, like, orange threat level of like, assume that the exact opposite of that happens. What are we going to do then?
Yeah. Now you said yourself that you operate as a challenger brand. You like to come in at a base level. You have a whole portfolio of brands, and they're around the world. How do you stay close to different subcultures and encourage your teams from a company culture perspective to know what's going on and to take risks in their market?
It really comes down to empowering those people right, who are at that level to bring things forward or bring things up in the organization for other managers and leaders to look at and respond to, and then support decisions that get made on the way back down. So from a global digital standpoint, we rely on the teams in those key regions and markets to really drive the execution. I think it would be silly and self-serving for me to say, sitting in Orange County, California, that I'm going to know exactly how to drive marketing in, and I'll use the most obvious example, China, for example, right? Like that's going to be a real challenge, right? I don't have the background. I have high level digital experience, but my experience in China is somewhat limited. And furthermore, I'm not really well versed in the culture for obvious reasons. So, why would I tell them how to execute? So we kind of look at it as a hub and spoke model. My team's job is really meant to sort of set a philosophy to try and instill some guidelines and guardrails and sort of, fundamental principles of how to approach that strategy, and then allow other teams across the globe or in other functions of marketing, right? A brand management team, a field marketing team, a customer marketing team who's dealing with their retailers, then they can understand that and then sort of help us adopt it in that area the right way, right? And I think that's where, one of the things that we try to be careful of is, we are a support structure at Monster, the digital team. We're not the drivers of what's happening, right? Our job is to take what the business and the brand management teams tell us is a priority and then figure out how we're going to support that priority from a digital perspective. And by extension, then, we need to rely on the subject matter experts in those other functions. If we're saying, hey, we want to do something in digital that's going to drive performance with a retailer, then, all right, I want that retailer team sitting at the table telling us what matters to that retailer, telling us, what their presence looks like from a digital perspective, what their priorities are. Versus us just saying, well, we're in charge of this, so to speak, so we're going to tell you what we want to do.
So in my last role at Google, one of the major pivots of the last few years has been really focused on co-op marketing and enabling co-op marketing. Do you do that a lot? Share budgets with your retailers, share advertising with your retailers, or is it really more planning session but separate execution?
Planning session and separate execution right now, but I think everybody's seeing the benefit of co-op, and I think that's going to be something you're going to find, especially as the retail dynamics change. I think the previous conversation I overheard, the woman from Sperry, forgive me, I forget her name, she was talking about like there's still a physical presence matters and that retail stores matter, and I agree. I think the idea that we are moving to a completely digitized version of living is probably a little overblown. The question then is, what's that retail presence? What value does it serve, right? What's its function? And then what's the scope of it? And so if you're a retailer, then you're looking at that and saying like, okay, well, how am I going to drive, equal to greater return in a changing and possibly shrinking sort of environment? And that's where they're probably going to look to partners like us to say, hey, how can we work together to drive performance that's a win-win?
And as we see that, I definitely agree with you. I don't think the physical retail world is going away, and I feel like even the biggest names in digital have started getting physical presences. Rather, it's Warby Parker opening stores, or Amazon buying Whole Foods and their new checkouts. How has sort of e-grocery, Amazon, Instacart, and their explosion onto a scene affected the way that you view retail in your own channel?
It's had a tremendous effect. I mean, the growth in our category and for us as a business in those areas has been, exponential in the last few years. And that's great. At the same time, it's almost like a teenager who's kind of outgrowing themselves through puberty, where you have like the achy body, you have the voice changing and all these things happening to you where you're just like, wait, what is going on here? And you almost quite can't catch up. And I feel like that's where we're at right now, is we're starting to catch up. We're starting to prioritize this a bit relative to maybe what we had done previously, and getting to the level where it's like we're actually capitalizing on all the demand that's out there instead of trying to catch up, almost, you know, the drinking from a fire hose analogy. We've been able to turn the faucet back a little bit to a more manageable level, but it continues to increase as a priority. And the interesting thing in my area is, you know, this intersection and blurring or dissolving of the line between what is considered e-commerce, whether it's platform or tactics, and then media. And you look at something like Amazon and you can see it clearly, but now Walmart's following suit, Kroger's following suit, right? They all have media offerings, media networks, media capabilities. If you go into other industries, telco like Verizon has a Verizon media arm, right? Which we work with and discuss projects with sometimes in terms of, you know, finding their audience and reaching them on Verizon devices or through Verizon platforms. So this retail landscape is quickly turning into just sort of like the new form of digital landscape. And these walled gardens are increasingly important, I think, for many retailers as far as where you can go not only to get targeting, but also scale, right? There's just a tremendous amount of scale with someone like Walmart or Amazon, and the funnel has been collapsed in that area, right? When you're working with that partner. So that's really interesting. If you start thinking about, I get all this scale and I get it much closer to the point of sale with an audience that's probably already been primed to some degree because they're there, right? They're at what was considered typically an e-commerce destination versus often the social universe. And I might have to pull them, you know, along a few steps, a few interactions, a few different storytelling bits to get them to then say, okay, now I'm ready to think about making a purchase.
So that really gives you scale and bottom of the funnel as a digital marketer. When you think about those two things together, do you think it vastly changes your creative, your brand message in that space, or do you think the same brand message still resonates?
No, I yes and no. You can't walk away from what your brand is. So in Monster's case, we are never going to walk away from the idea of, you know, Monster will help you unleash the beast inside of you. We might find ways to say that to different audiences in different ways, but that's still going to be there, you know, sort of the subtext, if you will. What needs to change is, in my opinion, the sort of visual cues and the sort of the message cues that I guess you could say more broadly sort of spur the outcome you want, right? Because if I'm out at the top of the funnel at a place like, let's just say YouTube, the cues I'm trying to give somebody are probably things to have them watch whatever it is I want them to watch, first and foremost. And then past that, it might be, you know, to go seek out more content, or it might be to go to a website, or it might be to perhaps look into buying a product, right? But that's a different message versus when you're, say, in the Walmart media network, or you're on the Walmart website and you're trying to deliver a message to get somebody to click add to cart. Or even if you're using social technology, we partner with MicMac for this, you know, to get the sort of swipe and shop from Instagram stories or Snapchat stories, right? Again, you know, where my ordinary Instagram stories might overbalance to motocross, skate, MMA, gaming, lifestyle oriented content. If I have a new product rolling out, I want that product to be big and bold. I want that to be the thing that sort of triggers the swipe to add to cart. So I do think you have to kind of think it through. It's like, what's the overall message I'm trying to communicate? And then, you know, as you get down the funnel, or if you have something that's maybe more product oriented, demand oriented, you say, I want to achieve that result, but I want to be consistent with what I'm doing over here, brand lifestyle wise. And you have to create that red thread, right? Okay, well then how does this product help somebody unleash the beast in whatever way that it does? And how am I going to show that? How am I going to tell them that? And how do I fit that into the formats, right, based on what they're going to be doing, that make the most sense? And I think it's harder than it sounds, right? I mean, you and I are talking and it sounds like, well, yes, of course, check, check, check. Why would I not do all those things? It's like, well, okay, but now go back to your organization and have that conversation with a brand team, a creative team, a media team, right? A commercial team, and everybody, again, back to your question about like, is it on paper, is it in our heads? Well, everybody's going to have in their head a different variation of like how you get that done, right? And that's where you know, one of the toughest jobs I have and my team has is trying to figure out how we sort of thread from all those constituencies that we're a support to and kind of get something that we can put together and go, okay, this is the best solution, even if it's not perfect, right? And in a funny way, it's like agency work, right? The brief matters, the inputs, like what are we trying to do? Who are we trying to do it with? Where are we trying to do it? When are we trying to do it? Like those are all the things that if you're missing some of that info, that context, then it's really hard to contextualize what you're going to do coming out of that, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, with it relatively easy to say and very hard to do, are there brands that you really admire, that you think are doing an excellent job of this, that you want to emulate out there?
I think the brands that I find most interesting are the ones, like I said, where I see a kinship with Monster in the sense that they don't really ever walk away from who they are. They might, you know, tweak things here and there on the surface or around the margins, but the crux of the message is the same. So an obvious one is Patagonia, and you might on the surface like Patagonia and Monster, that's like, those are two on the opposite poles of like what they stand for. It's like, yes, that's true in a lot of ways, overtly from a marketing standpoint. But Patagonia, think about everything that's been going on and think about, you know, the socio-political environment. And I don't want to even go into that because that's a, you know, lightning rod, but they have clearly staked out a position and they never waver on it, no matter what. And in a similar respect to what we talked about before with Monster supplying products, you know, all across the country and the world to healthcare and first responder workers, you know, Patagonia is living, you know, sort of the talk every day. And they don't talk about it maybe as often as other brands who are out there chattering away about whatever trending topic is happening at any given time. And I have a healthy level of respect for any marketing team that can say no, which I'm imagining they do quite a bit, right? Who can say, nope, not for us. Nope, not going to do that. Cool idea, it doesn't make sense for us, right? Like, as I think sometimes marketers, we get frustrated when we're told no or something doesn't happen for whatever reason. And the reality is we should probably be saying no to ourselves more often. We should probably be doing more of the hard work up front to be like, does this really make sense? Let me try and tear this apart. And if I can tear it apart pretty easily, then I need to go back to the drawing board. So I admire brands like Patagonia. Vans is another one that I think does a pretty good job of, you know, they have to walk that line a little bit more than maybe a Patagonia does of being in the zeitgeist, but also still sort of remaining inherently Vans. And I think they do a really good job of that as well. So those are two off the top of my head that I think do a great job of following a philosophy that seems to be very sort of important to us here at Monster, and that can pay dividends for the brands who can execute it well and stick to it.
Cool. I have a question in the Q&A. I know we only have a couple of minutes left.
Yeah, let's do it.
I don't want to ignore our attendees. Do you prefer more formalized esports that function primarily as a league like Overwatch or Valorant's VCT? Are there benefits to pursuing marketing strategies for more sporadic event-based esports like Super Smash Brothers tournaments or the like? So are you looking at leagues or events, and how do you think about the two?
It's a great question, and it's a tough answer because you know, if I read that question again, there are benefits to pursuing either path. You know, one of the fun parts of the job is in sort of akin to saying no is when you're developing a strategy, you're inherently making choices and trade-offs, right? You're saying, if I'm going to go do this, then I'm not going to do that. Or if I do this, then that's going to mean X, or that means Y is not happening. And so in this case, the question comes down to what's your objective, right? And so for Monster, we do tend to focus more on the league and the formal esports approach for a couple of reasons. One is scale. We are I would say not new to gaming, but gaming is new. It's new for Monster to be a priority. And so being able to get to scale quicker in terms of the reach, the impact we can demonstrate that it can have for us is important because it validates continued investment in the space. The other piece is just the trend analysis that our gaming team does, where, you know, we see that most everything is kind of moving to the leagues. You know, everything's being sort of formalized and organized. And you can think about this like any sport where it's kind of the Wild West in the beginning, and then it comes in and becomes the NFL or, you know, the NBA, and then the ABA comes along and they merge, and they just keep sort of building to this sort of singular entity, right? You know, esports is a bit different because the games could all be considered their own sports leagues in essence. But what you see is this sort of coalescing from the publisher level, the developer level, to try and get to, okay, here's our league, here's our established, you know, league framework globally. And that's for the same reason the other ones do. And I do not say this to be crass, it's monetization, right? It's easier to monetize something that's put together like that versus trying to peg the individual worth of an individual event, which has all these other contextual factors like where the event is held, what the penetration of the gameplay in the market or that area is, right? There's all these other things in the one-offs that you kind of have to consider, and they're hard. It doesn't mean we don't do it. We have done things like that for the right, you know, sort of intersection or confluence of factors. But on the whole, we tend to go the more formal route for those two reasons. And then also, you know, just it makes it easier working with the publisher. There's a lot more value you can extract from a partnership because you're working with the publisher all the way through, right? They care about esports. They want that sponsored funded because that drives growth of visibility of the game, which drives the in-game monetization, which drives their bottom line. And then we're coming at it the other way. We're like, okay, well, the esports stuff, we already have teams. That's great. We're already there. But what else we can do with you is awesome. But hey, listen, if that's the doorway for us to get into talking about gameplay storytelling and integrations there, or cool ideas we have for, you know, co-branded or collaborative storytelling on that side of things in the IP, that's where we want to be. And so invariably, it's a little bit easier to kind of meet there versus with the one-off events where it's really just about the event, right? It's hard to sort of say, hey, give me some more access to new and custom IP opportunities for this one event.
Yeah, and like that's interesting. I mean, when you think about reach, you know, looking at they mentioned Overwatch, looking at Blizzard Activision with over 100 million professional players in the world. But how do you look at the other side of gaming? You know, the casual, hyper casual, mobile gaming. You know, 2 minutes while standing in line, 5 minutes at the grocery store side of things. That is almost the opposite, right? Disparate, hundreds of different games, thousands of different titles on different developers. Do you guys play in that reach as well, or look at that?
We look at it. We don't go as deep in integrations and partnerships there, and that's mostly because it's new. And so what we usually start with is, you know, how do you sort of, you know, inject yourself in and sort of see what happens, right, when you do that. So maybe more from a media standpoint, we would get into in-app advertising content that's sort of delivered during these mobile games when people are doing the sort of free to play with the in-app purchase to get to the no ad space, right? And try to understand like, hey, that performance, earning that attention to drive, you know, positive outcomes, how's that stack up with CTV? Or how's that stack up with targeting sports or some of these other areas, right? And if you can point to an over-index, then you can start to say, oh, okay, you know what? If mobile gaming is over-indexing in terms of earning positive attention for us or driving measurable outcomes, if we could even get to that, hey, we should start probably thinking about a deeper or a broader investment beyond just media. We should start thinking about partnerships. We should start thinking about, you know, getting into the content collaboration space in that respect. So we're looking at it and we're dabbling in it, but it's not necessarily core yet, though I agree with you in the sense like that's where, you know, if you can get to there and have it make sense for your brand in gaming, that's where the bulk of the consumer reach is in that sort of outer rung of casual gaming.
Yeah. I mean, obviously we couldn't agree with you more at AdMix, but I see Emily's joined us. So I really want to thank you for taking a little bit of time in the middle of all three of our nap times at the end of a long week of Cannes. It's been
She's
really
thankfully
great
sleeping now. Yeah.
Meeting you.
Likewise, Michael. I appreciate it. Thank you. Sorry for the noise disruption earlier. It was
unable to be sort of accommodated.
I was going to say, thank you both so much for your professionalism and empowering through. That's the life of work from home, and we appreciate you still staying on the stage, and hope your daughter's getting some much needed and deserved sleep right now.
Me too. Me too.
Well, thank you both so much for closing out our program today and the week of CAN, and we so appreciate your time and your insights on our stage today.
Absolutely, our pleasure. Have a good one.
Yeah, thank you, Mike. Thank you, Emily.
Thank you so much. Well, thank you so much to everyone who tuned in at home and all of our incredible speakers over the course of this week. We were so excited to celebrate this week of CAN programming virtually with you all, and we hope to have you join us again for our next live cast program, which will be next week on Tuesday, June 29th for Women in Retail Marketing, starting at noon Eastern Time. We'll be joined by an array of fabulous marketing leaders from 1-800-Flowers, Sam's Club, Henkel, and many more. So we hope to have you all back, and have a great rest of your week.